You're live, Councilor Memhard.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sherry. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's 9 o'clock on May 18th, Wednesday. My name is Scott Memhard. I'm the Ward 1 City Councilor, and I also am privileged to serve as the chair of our Budget and Finance Subcommittee of the City Council. I'd like to read our legal boilerplate first, and then I'll introduce the members and participants who are here at this time. Consistent with Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021, this meeting will be conducted by remote participation. The public may not physically attend this meeting, but every effort will be made to allow the public to view and to listen to the meeting in real time and to participate when and as necessary. If you're calling in by a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. And if you're watching on a computer or a device, there is a raised hand button that you may tap to or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options to be recognized to speak. In addition to myself from Budget and Finance Committee, we have Councilor Tony Gross and we have Councilor Jeff Worthley. We also have Council President Val Gilman, and then also present is our city clerk of committees, Sherry Caballas. Jenny Benedict is the director of the Sawyer Free Library. And we also have John Dunn, CFO, and Jill Cahill, CAO, and our city auditor, Kenny Costa, to help guide us through the legal ramifications of our annual budget review. Did I miss anyone?
Well, just so people know, Grace McCann from my office is also here. She has decided to be on the sidelines, but Grace helped us with all the back and forth on this.
I actually, we see Grace's name on your screen.
Yes.
So we'll consider her to be in charge of the Harbor Master's office this morning. Well, welcome, Grace, and thank you. So the first order of business, obviously, is the Sawyer Free Library's budget before the city. Kenny, do you want to step us through where we're going to start in our budget book?
Page 84.
Thank you, John.
Tab 2, page 84, correct.
These wonderful budget books. And without further ado, we'll dive right into a presentation and review, and then we'll have councilor questions and our votes.
So thank you very much, councilors, for this opportunity to introduce the library's proposed 2023 budget. I'm going to share my screen. Is that good? Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Looks great.
Okay, great. So I will provide an overview of our budget proposal, followed by comparative analyses of the 2022 and 2023 personnel and ordinary maintenance budgets, and also share a few highlights from this year. Let's see if we can. Here we go. So the library's total budget request is for $1,226,527. It has three primary components that are highlighted in green. Personnel costs of just over $1 million for salaries, wages, and staff benefits, which account for 84% of our budget. Then in ordinary maintenance, books and materials of just over $150,000, and that's 12% of our budget, and dues and memberships of just under $45,000, which is 4%. I'd like to acknowledge that the city also covers approximately $250,000 worth of library expenses that fall within other city department budgets. These include the city portion of staff benefits, custodial services, IT network and system support, utilities, and building maintenance related to plumbing, elevators, security and fire alarms, and our boiler. So the Gloucester Lyceum and Sawyer Free Library Corporation contributes approximately $700,000 to the library's operations on an annual basis. These expenses.
Excuse me,
Sorry.
Jenny, can you keep moving the slides?
I'm actually still on this page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you'll see the Gloucester, the Lyceum and Sawyer Free Library at the bottom of the slide, that's what I'm speaking about currently. Are you able to see that?
We're on your page 2.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. Thank you, Tony.
Sorry.
Okay, thank
thanks.
you. That's okay. Please do bring to my attention if I don't seem to be on track. So the corporations their funding fluctuates from year to year, somewhat based on facility projects overseen by the Buildings and Grounds Committee, the Saunders House Stewardship Committee, and the Capital Projects Committee. In terms of public services, the corporation supports programming, public technology, and collection supplies, as well as library staff with technology equipment and applications, staff development, and office supplies. So any questions just about the overall budget framework before I move on to the year-to-year comparisons?
I think we're good.
No, I got
Tony?
a question, Scott. So I'm assuming the corporation is the fundraising arm, is that?
The fundraising arm is actually the Sawyer Library Foundation, and that is another separate 501c3 from the corporation.
And the corporation is?
The corporation owns the land and the buildings effectively. And they also have done the annual appeal. That fundraising effort has been run by the corporation in the past. But I think, as you're aware, with the major capital project that the library has underway, the fundraising for that is being done by the Sawyer Library Foundation.
So does the city lease the property for a nominal fee, or is there just an agreement between the corporation?
Currently, there is no lease or any official agreement.
But it's owned by the corporation, not the city.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the library's budget framework? Okay. So year over year, the total personnel budget is a 3% increase is the request for FY 2023. One item to note in our fiscal year 2022 revised personnel budget is the $15,000 in retirement sick buyback. This is a benefit that's offered to retiring employees who are eligible for a payout on their accumulated sick leave. In 2022, we've had one retirement of a long-serving staff, and we covered this payout with adjustments to other personnel line items. Since this is a circumstance that's particular to this year, it's not a budgeted expense for the fiscal year 2023. To speak a little bit more about our personnel, our staff complement at the Sawyer Free Library is 17 full-time positions and 2 part-time positions of 30 hours per period. And this is proposed to remain the same for fiscal year 2023. In terms of changes, we had a classification change in one of our permanent positions from a grade L to a grade M due to the complexity of the work and the technical knowledge required to perform it. We had 3 staff transitions this year, one due to a retirement, one promotion to another library, and one family relocation. We have found filling our professional positions to be extremely challenging this year. with vacancies in a community librarian position for 41 weeks and in the digital services librarian IT business analyst position for 25 weeks. And just to note that salaries relative to cost of living have been an issue with our interviewing process, and we've had 2 candidates withdraw from competitions. Fortunately, we have now, as of yesterday, filled both of those vacancies and we've been able to fill them within our budget request for fiscal year 23. So that's really good news for us. Any questions about personnel before I move on to the ordinary maintenance?
Just congratulations on filling those posts.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming that the sick buyback was due to the retirement. That you're not- Yeah,
That's correct.
longtime employee.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Counselor Memard, I just wanted to note that Counselor O'Hara has joined the call.
Thank you very much.
So we now have a quorum of the full city council, and that's the reason why we post this as a committee of the whole.
That's great. Welcome, Councilor O'Hara, this morning.
I have one other question. Which
Yes, Councilor Gers.
which position changed their classification?
We formerly had a position that was called a technology librarian. And this position was at the L. And this was reclassified as a digital services librarian / library IT business analyst because this position has a lot of responsibilities that involve our technology infrastructure. And that's a level of knowledge and complexity that is really above just a standard librarian position.
Got it. So did you have 2 technical services librarians before?
No, the technical services librarian is a different position.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thanks.
Counselor Memard?
Yes, Councilor Gilman, please.
Thank you. So when we start our in-person meetings at the Sawyer Free Library, starting on the 24th of May, and we need a custodian to be there after 9 when our current custodian leaves until the time that we end our meetings, hopefully much earlier than they have been
Point of
leaving.
order, Councilor Gilman. I think we really, on the time constraints, we really need to keep this just to the budget.
Oh, this is a budget question, completely a budget question. So does that money come out of the $250,000 of the expenses that are paid by the city? Is that where that overtime would come from? So you said that the $250,000 covers library expenses for staff benefits, IT, building maintenance. Is that where that money would come from?
So the custodial staff are within the DPW's budget.
Okay.
So the number that I have given you here is what the actual contribution was in fiscal year 21, which is our last completed fiscal year.
Okay.
And so as those departments bring forward their budgets, they've estimated the amount that will be required to cover the library's the cost related to the library. So I think that's a question best put to Mike Hale in terms of, does that budget include potential overtime for council meetings that are held outside of in other locations.
Okay, thank you. Question answered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on personal services? Or Jenny, do you want to proceed with your presentation?
Yep, so I will go on to ordinary maintenance. So this has two components, the books and materials and the dues and memberships. Year over year, it's a percentage increase of 3.3. Books and materials budget is constructed based on a formula that's set by the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners for state aid certification. And this is used as the basis for distributing grants. Needless to say, since we are in line to receive a construction award, grant award from the MBLC, we're very keen to comply with the requirements for grants. The dues and memberships line is for the library's annual membership to Noble, the North of Boston Library Exchange. The cost of this membership has increased 1.8% from fiscal year 2022 after having stayed stable for several years. So Noble is an automated resource sharing network of 25 area libraries, and Noble provides our enterprise software for materials management, borrower records, and circulation of materials. The network also facilitates resource sharing between libraries and consortial purchasing of online resources. Questions about our ordinary maintenance?
Any questions, councilors?
Yeah, I have a couple. Councilor Gross here. So on the materials, it says requirement for state aid certification. Do we actually get some money that follows that requirement of 13%?
Yes, Councilor Gross, we certainly do. There's a state aid amount that is distributed annually that can be used for funding public, it has to be public facing costs. And then it also is what makes us eligible for other grants like LSTA grants. Our whole Job Seeker Resources program that we ran last summer was funded through LSTA funds. And then, as I mentioned, that it would make us eligible for the construction grants.
What were the face something? What was that?
The public facing,
Yeah.
that's the state, it's called the state aid annual grant that comes.
And do you have any idea what we've gotten for that?
Yes, this year, I believe we're around 40,000.
That's good. And then I also see that the Noble, that's almost $45,000. What do we get for that? Just for really informational purposes, but what, I'm not questioning it. What do we get? I know we get Libby, which I hope everybody takes advantage of if they listen to books, but what else do we get?
Yeah. So when I'm speaking about the enterprise software, I'm speaking about an evergreen platform. And this is the software that holds our entire inventory management of our 89,000 items that we lend, as well as our 15,000 borrower records and all of the material circulation. So by purchasing this collectively with 25 other libraries, this is significantly less expensive than if each of our libraries were to purchase this software independently. Then in terms of the online resource sharing, yes, we have a suite of databases that are online that are all purchased collaboratively. And I think if you go to our homepage and look at the databases, it's everything from Gale and periodicals to some of our genealogy resources. It really runs the gamut.
And that include, of course, the interlibrary loans for books that you don't have within the library's premises.
That's true, Councillor Memhard. It also enables the borrowing from both our the 25 libraries within Noble. So we have that network where you can borrow and return items anywhere in that network, as well as across Massachusetts.
So this is a whole lot more than just the Noble network with the Evergreen. So that's good to know.
Thank you, Councilor Gross.
And just to talk a little bit about highlights for this year, since the end of May of 2021, the library has been open for full service 53 hours a week. And our website, of course, is available 24/7. Throughout this past year, our library staff have supported children, teens, and adults of all ages as they've continued to adjust to working remotely, to accessing telehealth services online, to participating in community and civic engagement, and to finding really moments of joy, again, outside of our work and school environments. We started the class visits with Veterans Memorial Elementary students in the fall, with 13 classes coming to the library bi-weekly. In December, we heard from a third grader who told us, "I wish I could live here at the library." And another sent a love note to the author of her favorite book series. So these class visits have also better connected parents to the library. We've been working closely with Wellspring House to provide services to new arrivals. And our subscription to the Mango Languages, it's Mango Languages, it's a language program that also has English language learning in it. And that's being used by Wellspring teachers for homework assignments for their students. We've supported economic stabilization for households and businesses through digital equity and inclusion and employment searching. Our digital devices to grow Chromebooks and tablets continue to be very popular. Through a grant from the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners, we have been able to expand the number of Wi-Fi hotspots. We now have 40 of them out at a time, providing internet access to people that don't have a broadband connection at home. Due to demand, we've added more digital learning programs. We have device advice, which are one-on-one appointments, as well as Tech Tuesdays, where staff provide small group instruction and practice sessions. The library offered a workshop series on resume writing, interviewing, networking, and skill building that supported participants to get back into the workforce. In conjunction with that, we launched a new online learning resource, LinkedIn Learning, formerly known as Lynda. This resource has thousands of online courses for in-demand skills from real-world industry experts. So it's really chock full of video courses designed to build software, creative, and business skills. And it's available not only to the general public, but also to all City of Gloucester employees. And we've worked with HR to make it part of the orientation for new employees. Our programming has had an emphasis on health and well-being and education, and the ones here are just a sampling. We hosted 2 Saturday day-long events, GlowCon most recently, a celebration of comics and graphic novels at the end of May, the Middle Street Walk in December, which highlighted the 4 centuries of social, economic, and architectural change of this historic street. We've added several series. We have after-school programming for O'Malley students with STEMtastic Thursdays and an anime club. And the Lyceum has hosted a 5-part series of Sound Mind about dementia that has touched many families in our community. We're aware that we still have a significant number of people who are not able to attend in-person events due to COVID. And as much as possible, we are offering either hybrid options or recorded sessions that people can view on their own schedule. And those include a number of book clubs and a series on self-care in uncertain times. So the library's exceptional staff thrive from knowing they've been really essential in supporting our community's well-being and lifelong learning during what has continued to be a very challenging time. And that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Counselor Worthley, you have anything you'd like to ask?
Very briefly, if I could, we only have a couple minutes. I'm going to ask, I have two questions. One to Jenny. Thank you for your presentation today, by the way, and all that you do. And then one to Kenny. I'm going to ask the question to Jenny first. You can think about the answer while I talk to Kenny for a second, if that's okay, Council Member.
Sure.
First question, Jenny, what can we do as a council to better support your efforts in addition to supporting your budget? Think about that. And I'm going to have a different question for Kenny. Kenny, do we have any fiduciary responsibility to the Lyceum, the trust funds, anything like that, that's the 501c3, separate from this budget process? Do we have any oversight? I'm not looking for oversight. Do we have any responsibility legally to be looking at those as well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question again? I'm not,
Jenny referenced a 501c3, the Lyceum, and I think there's another organization that supports the efforts of the library. Does the council have any, I'm not looking for more input or more oversight, but do we have any fiduciary responsibility to those funds, how they're performing, how they're allocated, anything like that?
so the 501c3, it's a total separate, they're a standalone. So as part of the audit, they're a component unit of the city, similar to the Gloucester retirement system as well. So there's a reporting component, but as far as an oversight, I would say no, because they're a standalone. They have their own board of directors, so they have their own oversight, their own legislative body to oversee the library. But yeah, I mean.
And just to be clear, my colleagues, I'm not suggesting that we could do a better job than they do in and of itself. I just want to make sure we don't have any legal responsibility to any oversight with that. So that
Yeah.
answers.
But I can say they're audited annually. We do receive a full copy of their audit report, and that is also included in the city's financial statements.
Okay, thank you for that, Kenny.
Yeah.
Back to my first question to Jenny, is what can we do as counselors to better support your efforts?
Yeah, so thank you very much for that question, Councillor Worthley. I would say in general, the library is very appreciative because council is so supportive, and ways that you demonstrate that support are your participation in activities that are happening at the library. I think council is also very strong in staying informed about what is happening at the library, so that when you are out speaking with members of the community, that you are conveying what is accurate information, and you know what that is. And that type of confidence in and awareness of the library is just really important in our community. So a huge thank you.
Just like your first grader
Jenny, I
said,
think it would be also important, it would be important to note that the capital campaign that you're in the midst of launching is being done this time round independently of the city's financial support. The library's gone through maybe two previous efforts in this direction, and I believe the way you've organized it this year is standalone with the state's Mass Board of Library Commissioner support, but otherwise you're undertaking a private fundraising.
That is correct, Councillor Memhard. I will also say that there are aspects of the capital project that will be coming before council and various boards and commissions for approvals, and we will appreciate your consideration of those items as they come forward.
Thank you.
I have just one quick question. Biweekly is one of those weird words. When you said biweekly ELL with vets, I'm assuming you meant every 2 weeks, not twice a week.
That's correct. Have I used that incorrectly?
No, it can be interpreted both ways. I just wanted to make sure I had it the right way.
Yes, so they are coming, each class comes every other week. Yeah.
Thanks.
And you're welcome. They very often come at 10:15 and at 1:15, and you're certainly welcome to pop in the library and see what a class visit looks like.
Great. Thanks. And good luck with searching for your new temporary home.
Thank you. Yes, the RFP for a temporary space for the library will be posted through June the 22nd. And we certainly are open to applications and proposals.
Thanks. Thank you.
Chairman Memhard,
Councilor Worthley.
I just want to be sensitive to our time frame. I have no further questions. This is my first time doing this, so I don't know what our step is. Do we take a vote on this or do we just move to the next one? I think Jenny.
Yeah, if we're done with the questions and conversation, if Councilor Gilman or Councilor O'Hara have no particular questions at this time, I'll go ahead and make the motions for our consideration. Seeing none, I would move that the Budget and Finance Committee recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for library administration as follows. Personal services, $1,024,535. Ordinary maintenance, $201,992 for a total of $1,226,527. And I so move.
Second.
Further questions or comments? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes, gladly.
Councilor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Jenny, for your very clear and heartwarming presentation for what we offer. I would disclose, Jeff asked what we could do to help, but we all should be cooperators. If we're not, I'm full disclosure, I'm a cooperator and also a past board member, a director, and also a past library president. So, and that did not affect my support of our library one way or the other.
Look at that, Scott.
Thank you very much, Counselor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny.
Look at all these prices.
Thank you very, very much. The next item on our agenda this evening or this morning is our health department. Max, I see you in the wings.
Good morning, counselors. How are you?
Morning, Max.
Welcome to Max Schenk, Board of Health Director.
Good to see you all today. What you have before you is essentially a level funded budget with some exceptions.
Hold on. If I could, so tab to page 75 in the budget.
Thank
book.
you.
Are we gonna go through the revenue also?
That's
Not
later in
today.
Why not?
I believe that's on the agenda for next meeting.
Revenues on Board of Health?
Yes. On 525.
So you're gonna take all the revenues?
Yes.
Correct.
So that's gonna be a long meeting at the end, huh?
Not really.
John does a great job.
Half
John
the
does a
book.
great job.
It's half the book.
John does a great job on revenues. He'll take us
All right.
through it.
Okay. Go ahead.
So forgive me, the budget before you is essentially a level funded budget with some exceptions regarding shingles vaccine. There's $5,000 that we're requesting to help support hoarding cases where we have elders that may have a willingness to accept support for helping to clean out their spaces, but don't have the family support or financial means to have that happen. So we would work with senior care or other agencies to try and coordinate that and get it paid for, and some small other things, but that's about it. And I'm happy to just answer questions as we go through.
Sounds good.
We ready to start?
Yep.
So Max, I see on the grant manager,
Mhm.
we have 60% funded by the general fund and 40% funded by grants. So you have 41, 535 there. So that's at the 60%. So this
I
is a
believe-
$60,000 position, basically.
Correct. Yeah, that's essentially been the percentage that was agreed upon previously.
Okay, and we do have the grants coming in for that.
We do.
Okay,
At this point, most of that is coming through the prevention group. And they actually just received, and forgive me, I want to introduce for those counselors who may not know her already, although she's a rising star in the department, Rachel Belisle Toller, she's our assistant director. But they just received another $150,000 from the state to help support their work there.
yeah, we just approved that, didn't we?
I believe so, sir, yes.
I think Rachel presented it.
Yep.
Yep. So, yeah, so is that also on the next line item, that's also supporting the 90% of the prevention director too?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification.
Not a problem.
Councillor Worthy?
Yes, just a few questions. I think your department has excelled over the last few years. You've been challenged in lots of ways, and your staff has risen to that challenge. As we transition out of pandemic into endemic, are there things that you need that you don't have? Are there things that the council can do to be more supportive of sort of prevention and advocacy and those sorts of things?
It's an excellent question, Counselor, and I appreciate your asking it. There are, I mean, when we initially had our discussions with the administration over the budget, at the time, it was believed that the pandemic would follow the usual seasonal flow of cases, whereby come summertime, the cases would reduce next to nothing. And the funding, my reason for bringing this up is the funding supporting the person we had doing contact tracing is disappearing come June 30th. We have some interim funding to help support, that position until June 1st, but it may be that we need to do a supplemental at some point request, to bring somebody to do into contact tracing later on. So I just want to make counselors aware of that. We also did put in a request, and the administration is aware, to help fund we have a Mass in Motion grant that is also running out this year. It's not for any fault of the work that's being done by the department or the city. It's just a reprioritization of those funds by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But what has been proven beneficial is the fact that the work that Mass in Motion, Jennifer Donnelly in our office, has been incredibly important, especially to our seniors, in getting them healthy living, health and active living opportunities in the community. One of those things that's probably the most obvious that everybody's aware of is the Seniors on the Go bus. Everybody sees around town. It takes them out to the markets. It takes them out to special events. It takes them down to the boulevard to go walking, things like that. That funding is also going away essentially such that Jennifer's position will no longer be a full-time position. It'll be part-time, reduced down to 6 hours probably at this point. We made a request to try and keep it part-time 19, but not a priority at this particular time for funding. So, but we just want to make the counselors aware that those are the kinds of things that we think would still be of benefit to the community.
So, Mr. Mahar, if I may continue with this? Scott?
Sure.
Okay, so when you say that the Mass in Motion work isn't a priority, I just want to make it clear, I was very much moved, no pun intended, by the presentation that Jennifer did about 2 months.
Oh, Jeff, we lost your audio.
2.
There
There
we
you
go.
go.
Yep, you're back with us.
Thank you. I don't know where I left off, but Max, I said I was very moved by Jennifer's presentation about maybe 2 months ago with an aging population. And I'm the youngest of the 3 members in this council, but I think the rest of us are seniors, right? Scott and Tony. I think it's a population that's underserved. And to the extent that this committee or this council can either amend or make some recommendations for changes, that's one that I like to see. I don't know if it comes through the Board of Health or through the Council on Aging, but if we're talking about a part-time person to keep seniors moving, given all the other things in our budget, and I understand this, to take, you got to give, and to give, you got to take somewhere else. But I like to put that on either as a revisit or something that we can put as a priority to come back to see if we can get funding for that.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Ms. Cahill, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just to point out to you, Councilor Worthley, thank you for your question. There are 2 things that go into play here that you need to understand from the administration side. One of which is understanding how grants work related to HR and personnel and grant funded positions, and what it means to continuously bring grant funded positions onto the general fund, and whether or not that's best practice. So that's a piece you need, that I'd like to make sure that you think through. And the other piece you should know is that we also have, as you know, a bus at the senior center, a van that's not currently used. And what we've asked of both the Council on Aging and the Health Department, the Council on Aging is working through a proposal on that, is how can we use the bus we already have, the van we already have, to meet the needs of what this grant was doing. So it's not that we don't value the services, but there's a lot of, I just want to make sure you knew some of the pieces that were going on in the background. And I believe Lise is worked on a proposal. We asked for some additional revisions on that proposal, and she took a lot from the model that was the Seniors on the Go. And just as a reminder, that is not a van we own. That was also part of the grant. So we do own the one at the Council on Aging, and the Seniors on the Go, I believe, was part of that grant or another grant, if you want to clarify that. But just so you have some background.
Thank you for that, Jill.
Yeah,
Sorry. Scott.
I think the point that CAO Cahill is making is important for all of us to appreciate, that we do benefit periodically from grants that might have a 2 or 3 year lifetime, but upon their expiration, we have to be careful not to burden the operating budget of the city trying to sustain those level of services. It reminds me a little bit of having an injury and going to physical therapy, and eventually they discharge you and say, well, you know what to do. You got to do it on your own now.
And Mr. Memhard, to that point, I think we need to learn to do this on our own now and not cut the service, but see if there's a Gloucester in Motion sort of program we can implement. And I'd hate to see a staff person that's trained and ready to go to do this be cut back so significantly. Again, I have no qualms about saying I don't have a complete understanding of every penny in this budget. So I respect that, Jill, and the impact of these conversations. But I think it's a conversation worth having. And so if we can somehow circle back to this, maybe we can come to the revenue side. I don't know the average age of Gloucester residents, but I can't imagine that we can't find a little bit of money to support seniors being more active in our community. I want to just jump to one other thing. I see Rachel on here. Thrilled to have you here. We approved some money 2 months ago on the creek analysis. I don't know if Scott, if this is the time to do a very brief update, but I'd love to know where that stands before the beach season starts.
Only a brief one. Yes, please.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for having me. We do have some exciting updates. We were held up for quite a bit in the contract negotiation phase, unfortunately, but our engineers have spent about a week and a half already out in the field. And we've been focusing our efforts on 2 different pieces of infrastructure in East Gloucester that we had some previous high samples surrounding. And one of which we did find some irregularities in the sewage infrastructure. And we're pretty confident that we have found at least one contributing factor. In order to confirm that, we need to get a camera into that sewer line, which we're hoping to do within the next week or two. So we continue to have more and more answers. We're still waiting on a couple lab results to determine whether or not we're looking at human bacteria or animal bacteria. That will drastically change our approach to the solution once we find that answer. I don't expect it to be animal activity. If it is, then we'll work with our scientists to set up a forecasting a system to determine when the creek is safe and not safe. But if it is an infrastructural issue and if it is human sewage, then that's something we should be able to take care of as soon as we find it, depending on the extent of the problem. So we're pretty rapidly learning new things every single day, and it's an exciting time.
Thank you for that, Rachel. The beach season coming up. It can't
Yeah.
come fast. Right?
Definitely.
Scott, I just want to ask you a question on the question of the Mass in Motion, Gloucester in Motion, whatever we're going to call it. Is there a functionality of this committee? Again, this is my first time, very first meeting on this, that we can say, if we identify money, that this is a potential priority of our committee. I don't know how this works.
We can certainly list that line item in the Board of Health budget for a revisit.
And potentially Council on Aging. I don't know where it should end up staying. Can we get a dollar number from Max on what that would mean to continue that program if the council so decided?
As a part-time position, I think we did send a proposal forward. I apologize, I don't have that number in front of me, but I can certainly get it to counselors as a follow-up.
Okay. So,
And my
Scott,
apologies, forgive me just 1 second. My apologies to the administration because I wasn't made aware that the Council on Aging's request, from what I had heard, was actually was that it was not on the table any longer, not that it was just back for revision and discussion. That's all. So my apologies for that.
So I guess we'll address this when the Council on Aging budget comes before us later today. So I'm good. I don't have any further questions at this moment. And thank you, Rachel, for your presentation.
Max, did you want to highlight anything else in the ordinary maintenance of your department?
Not
Counselor
particular-
John Dunn has his hand raised. I don't know if you
Oh,
can.
I'm sorry.
That's quite
please.
right. I just want to make a point of order. As reviewed a couple of weeks ago with Kenny and I in terms of the budget. So the council can reduce a particular line or a particular department, but it can only perhaps make a recommendation to the mayor to increase something. So I would want to make that point, make sure everybody knows you can decrease, but you cannot increase without the approval of the mayor.
And Councilor Worthley, as we said, it will not be in the COA budget this time around either. We've asked for some revisions to the proposal.
Okay. And so just for perspective, I'm not in any position to, I understand our role. I'm not trying to dictate anything. I'd like to get a sense from this committee if it's a priority. And then if we do have a conversation, negotiation, whatever it is with the administration, we'd come at it with a sense of whether that's a priority for this committee. So I think that's the starting point where I'd like to be. And we have 10 minutes left on this, but if my colleagues think that that's a priority, maybe we can revisit that small piece of this budget.
Councilor Gross, any concern, point?
No, I don't, because I think that if the Board of Health Director and the Board of Health feel that this is an important position, there's always transfers available later to reinstate this after June or whatever. There's also, I'm sure that Max, and Rachel, you guys are pursuing other grants to try to fill in some of this. If there is any grants, it'll fill in some of this
Right.
void.
Yeah.
But also another good piece of information would be to have is how many seniors participated in this. We don't know that. And since we have a couple minutes, I also, when you make your report on the creek, I would love it if you could have with your show and tell the video of the sewer line.
That can be arranged, absolutely.
Thanks. But I don't know if you have any answers to those questions that I posed.
So in terms of what they've done over since 2019, and of course, COVID, as we all know, put a kibosh on a number of things, but even then they performed, and granted, this is regionally, over 2,000, I think 2,100 trips via the bus, and serving, hundreds of residents, not only in Gloucester, but Rockport, Essex, and Manchester. So it definitely has, I think it's shown and proven its value. In terms of grants, they were, when the Mass in Motion funding, when we got word of the fact that they were changing their priorities back in September, October of last year, they began the search of looking for new funding to provide support, but they're happy to do programs, they're not happy to provide support for positions. So, you can get programmatic support, but funding of staff person is not part of that. So that's the biggest challenge.
And you thought that 6 hours per week could cover the?
No, 6 hours per week is what we have left. That's not what we think can cover it for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
We have
Thank
a
you. I
dollar
appreciate the
number on what that
opportunity.
would look like.
In answer to your question, Councilor Memard, the only other thing I would bring up under ordinary maintenance is you'll see a amount there for shingles vaccine. That's enough for, and I'm sure councilors are pretty aware that shingles vaccine is incredibly expensive. It's cost prohibitive to our seniors who are living on fixed incomes. That's enough shingles vaccine for 50 rounds, so 50 people, complete vaccines. So we would work with the Gloucester Housing Authority in order to prioritize and work with residents that they have in their communities to provide shingles vaccine for them.
Councillor Gilman and then Councillor Worthling.
Thank you. Max, the bag ban ended in October 2020. The bag ban that we had after we implemented the plastic bag ban. And I'm just wondering if there's money in the budget for the inspection team to be going to follow up with now the restaurants and the retail shops to make sure that they are still compliant. Now that we're kind of at a different stage of what we're focused on.
No, it's an excellent question. And, I think as before COVID and when the bans were put in place, the inspectors would just make it part of their regular routine so that for those who don't know, the health inspectors who look at or specific to restaurants and food are required by our regulation to go out twice a year to the different restaurants in town. So they would, as part of that process, check to see if whether or not, they are using reusable bags, if they are plastic, or if they're one use, that they have to go back to either reusable bags or paper bags or recyclable bags. And so, and then we would do, as before, if we do receive a complaint, we would do complaint investigation follow-up.
Okay, so it's still on the radar as part of the ongoing process.
It's interesting you should mention it because before, as folks may or may not know, Brian Muehlman, who was our inspector doing restaurants, he has moved on, literally, he's gone to Texas, and we have a new inspector coming on board. But one of the things we talked about before he left was the fact that the plastics, the plastic bag situation, the straws, et cetera, and having to come back up to speed on that again, all the old fashioned, I hate to say it, public health things that were kind of pushed aside because of COVID, we're coming back to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Worthling.
Yeah, just two last things. I love that we have this positive idea that we are coming out of a pandemic. I think that helps us all, mental health, just looking positively, looking forward, but we're not out of the woods completely. And if there's something that we can do to continue stressing vaccination, advocacy, I know there's no mask mandate, but there's certain populations where wearing a mask still makes a significant difference. Let us know how we can do that, because we have a microphone right? And we might as well use it as effectively as we can. So I love the idea after the pandemic, after we come out, we need to keep in mind that we're testing extremely positively now. I think the last time we were 10% positivity rate on the testing that we have access to. A lot of tests that we don't have access to. So, you know, fewer people are dying from COVID, thankfully. And we know globally it's not as strong as it was, but we're not out of the woods completely. And so I don't want to speak like we are and not give attention to the fact that the hard work the Board of Health needs to continue to do. And we as council keep our eye armed about this.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Counselor. And, you know, to give credit to the council and to the administration for the support and Herculean efforts that have been made by both groups to support the department and its efforts. I think, you know, you've said it and hit the nail on the head, using your microphones, using your emails, using your ability to outreach to your constituents to keep pounding that message that, you know, regardless of anything, masking indoors while with, you know, folks in public spaces with folks of unknown vaccination status is huge. Still, we're seeing, like I said, we are seeing a spike in numbers. It's gone down a little bit. We're hoping that when we can get BioBot numbers, they'll reflect a downward trend. However, this virus is not showing to go away. It's not. And the vaccines aren't going to make it go away, but it will keep people out of the hospital. That is the one thing we've learned, that, you know, of the 129 cases, new cases that we had about a week ago, there was only one hospitalization. And when we were at this point last year, if we had hit that number, there would have been significantly a larger number of folks in the hospital. So we're glad for that. 0 deaths right now, so we're happy for that. But let's keep that trend going. And the best way to do it is get vaccinated, wear a mask, even though it's embarrassing. Nobody wants to be the mask nerd, I get it. But, you know, it's important to set that, you know, set that standard.
Max, you mentioned the BioBot program. Are we continuing that? Are we able to fund that going forward?
Well, that proposal recommendation went to the administration in a memo. You know, obviously the board supports the continuing of funding the BioBot reporting. We are having, it is still going on. They're having supply chain issues as well. Their test kits come from a third-party vendor that are shipped to our wastewater treatment plant. And we've started having, and they finally admitted that they're having problems across the board. It's not just Gloucester, of getting those test kits to the community. So that's why you haven't seen reports recently. And we've gotten a lot of negative feedback regarding that, but it's out of our hands and control at this point. We keep knocking on their door and reminding them that that's the case. So I know that John Dunn and the administration have talked about, you know, funding mechanisms potentially outside of the general fund mechanism to help underwrite those costs. So that discussion will go forward. Right now, we have funding available till June 30th at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question, Max. You said that the $8,600 for the Shingrix vaccine, that was only 50 doses or 50 vaccinations?
50 dose. So it's 50 series, I believe. So it's, as you know, it's a 2-dose vaccine.
Yep, I got it.
And so it's not 25, it's actually 50 full.
Yep, okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty pricey. It's for a box of 10, it's $1,700.
So
10
the
doses.
question remains whether we want to hold the health department for a revisit, see if we can support additional funding for the Mass in Motion staff position in the program, or whether we want to leave that with the administration to work out as best they can with the Board of Health. What's the will of the board? Councilor Worthley?
Is there a way we can say yes to everything but that piece? I don't know how this works because I'm not.
It's not even in the budget, Jeff.
I know. That piece that I'm advocating for. Is there a way to say, okay, if we find other money, we could then come and again, if this is the will of the committee, we could fund that position, but I don't want to hold up the entire health department. I think 99.99999% of it, we're all in agreement and support. So is there a way to move forward with that with a sort of an asterisk? Or is it a complete revisit?
It'd have to be a complete revisit because we can't come back and add any money.
Right. So I'd like to, if the committee supports this, to say, thank you, Max, thank you, administration. If it's just a question of taking a vote at another meeting, that's all it is. And if it means we could negotiate with administration, if this is a priority of the committee, that falls, it comes, chips fall where they may over the next couple of weeks. I'd like to have that opportunity.
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote on whether we want to have a revisit for the Board of Health. Councillor Gross,
No,
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, no. So the motion does not pass. Two opposed, one in favor. Thank you, Jeff. That was appropriate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Otherwise, I'll go ahead and read the motion for our approval for the department. Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for Board of Health as follows. Personal Services, $570,363. Ordinary Maintenance, $69,303 for a total of $639,666. And I so move.
Second.
Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
yes,
Councillor Worthley.
Yes, with the hope of a supplemental appropriation very soon on this. Thank you.
Thank you. No, good point. Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Max, and carry on the good work. And we'll try and work with your department and the administration to support Jennifer's position, because I think it's been a very important contribution to all of us, not just the elderly component that some of us might fall into.
Thank you, one and all. Appreciate your support as always, and look forward to the new year.
thank you, Max, thank you, Rachel.
Thanks.
Thank
folks.
you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, Max and Rachel.
I see that,
Scott, before we go to the next one,
yes, please, Tony.
I would ask John and Kenny, are we not talking about revenues on any departments when we're talking to the departments? Because it's going to be hard to get answers about revenues if we don't have the departments with us.
I could. So the only departments, I believe today we'll be talking about is the waterways. So if we're talking about an enterprise fund, we'll be talking about revenues and expense. And also community preservation, we'll talk about the revenues and expense. But as far as the general fund, historically, we've always reviewed revenues in total.
Okay, but will department heads be there?
No.
No.
Okay, so if I have a question about a big jump or a big decrease in fees, you guys will be able to answer that
Yes.
Yeah.
for each department? Okay. All right.
I see that TJ has decided to share his office with Jill and John. Welcome, Mr. Shimataro.
Morning, councilors.
If I could, so waterways, it's tab 5 and it's the green,
So it looks like we're starting with waterways.
behind the green sheet.
Revenues.
Last in the book.
Order here, I think. Okay.
So it's Fund 492.
Department 492, Fund 7,000.
Okay, thank you.
Same order, right?
So TJ, we'd like to step us through what we have for us in terms of this budget. You're an experienced budgeting guy now these days.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so like we were just conversing back and forth here, this is the Waterways Enterprise Fund. We have projected revenues and projected expenditures. As always, I like to keep my budget somewhat conservative We have a lot of variables that play into our revenue streams, such as weather is always a factor. For us, we've taken a considerable amount of revenue from boat ramps and transient moorings and other avenues like that that are pretty weather dependent for the boating community in a short amount of time. Let's see. So we'll start with, do you want me to go down list by list, Counselor? Or do you want to look at increases or decreases or questions pertaining through, or just everything? A lot of stuff stays pretty much the same because there's set amount of permits and set amount of fees that we intake. As far as, you know, transient mooring revenue, I go off of my best projections for last year, but also keep it, you know, a little bit light. I like to have some retainage at the end of the year, vice going over budget. We have increased a few areas as far as moorings and other potential revenue, but not enough to really make the line shift north or south on any of these items. And then the rest of the revenues pretty much stay the same. We generate the bulk majority of our revenue from annual mooring permits, about 1,200 of them roughly, and then 10A float permit fees. And then our other big ticket item is transient mooring fees. And of course, the only, you know, tax is the boat excise tax. Anything jumps out at you guys or want me to elaborate on further pertaining to revenues?
Councillor Gross, you're somewhat familiar with this budget, I believe.
Just a little, but I have a question on what we're looking at for Kenny and John. The 2022 actual, is that reflecting what we received so far this year?
Yes.
Yes.
So if I'm looking at 2021, we had 61,000 round up, and 2022 actual with the horrible July that we had last year, despite people saying that we had a drought last night. It was, and last year it was $19,000 higher with even a bad weather year. And COVID, I know, let a lot of people went to the water for refuge. So that was one of the factors. But I think that's, TJ, remind me, that's not due to an increase, is it? Of our
No, it's not. It's just due to, you know, the usage. So we had a tremendous amount of usage last year. So when I was looking at this for the budget wise, you know, I don't know what the $6 diesel fuel is going to do, right?
No, I think the 75,000 is great.
Okay, yeah. So I try to keep it a little bit in the middle. And again, if we, you know, it's hard to look at revenues for this department because a fiscal year, just for the new people listening, fiscal year is July 1, right? So we look like we fell short, but we didn't because we're taking in revenue right now that's going to come into last fiscal years. So, right. So like the boat ramp, say we budget 35,000, but you see we've only taken in 20. Well, we're still taking in revenue up until July 1. So it's kind of like a skewed number for us, right? Because we're taking in transient revenue right now. We're taking in reservations. We're gaining the revenue, but it's going on, you know, this fiscal year we're currently in projections, not next. So the numbers are a little, if that makes sense.
Somebody makes a reservation for Labor Day, which is going to be in FY23. The money is going into FY22.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's part of what this is this.
But it's always in the rears because so we'll make up for that, you know, next year for this year.
Exactly. So I think that you know, that and DOCWA, you know, our online partner that we use and our, you know, the launch usage, just the whole, that speaks volumes of a 25% increase of revenues, which means 25% increase of usage is just fantastic. That's all.
And we did invest a little bit into some advertisement through Docwell last year, which paid dividends on our end, clearly, so.
Councilmember, I just wanted to make sure I'm on the same page. Council Gross, you referenced 61,000 and 75,000. I don't see the line.
So if you go over under 2021 actual at the top of the page,
Mhm.
come down to trans more.
432,022.
Got it.
And you see 60,973.42. I don't know where the 42 must be feet. So that's the 61,000 we took in 2021.
Got it.
Now, if you go over to 2022 actual line, you come down to 78,699. That's what we've taken in this year so far, and we still have another month and a half to go.
2 months. This
2
report's as of April 27th.
Okay, so we still have 2
about
more
2
months of revenue to come in.
That's
So
awesome.
it's likely to hit 30% increase over the 2021.
Very likely. I wonder this question, if I may, on this subject. First of all, I'm not going to pretend I know anything about boating or the waterways more than Tony or TJ or Scott does. I don't think that we're going to be out of the woods in inflation for a significant period of time, and gas prices and all that. I don't think there's going to be a quick fix on this. And I wonder, I don't know if TJ has the authority to do it, but are there sort of, I don't want to say deals, but someone can pay an annual fee or pay sooner to save money because we don't know if they'll have money in September or next May, and they might be inclined to spend more money now than they might later. So I just want to throw that out. Is that something that you have the flexibility to negotiate, TJ?
No, all of our fees and structures are, recommended by the Waterways Board, sent to the mayor's office and ran through council like anything else. We are looking at doing comparisons through other communities, not just in Massachusetts, but in New England that are comparable right now. With the Waterways Board and myself for recommendations. It's no secret that inflation is hitting every department. It's definitely hitting, it costs the most amount of money to do business on the water anyways. That's just the way it is. The marine world, if you had a shackle for a piece of a crane equipment on land, it's $2. If you're using it and you add marine to the word, it's $4. That's just the way it is. It's always been that way. So inflation is really hitting us pretty hard, especially in domestic steel prices. We use a lot of chain. Barrel of chain was $1,100 for half-inch domestic. Long link, it's $2,200 to $2,400 now. I had some foresight and used some money and bought some earlier in the year because I could kind of see where the prices were heading. But I don't know what that's going to look like next year. But things have to align, so we're working on that. Recommendations and so on and so forth now for next year, but that's not going to affect anything this year.
Thank you for having that foresight. I would love to be known as the harbor that is not the most expensive harbor to do business with, given the fact I think that there will be other cities and towns that will be raising their fees. We may need to raise our fees, but from a marketing standpoint, there's a lot of value to our community when people come to Gloucester and spend money on restaurants. And so if you have a recommendation at some point to go up in fees, I support what you do, but I want to keep in mind that if people are worried about diesel and not traveling as far, then being the port that people can come to and save a little money might pay dividends in the long run. I don't have any questions about your fees at this point. Could I ask a question about enforcement and patrol and all the other parts of your job that don't bring in revenue? Are you seeing the kind of collaboration you'd like to see between all the other departments that do patrol? I think I heard this morning there was a Coast Guard call on a boat that went adrift. I think people forget how much you do. 63 miles, is that what we heard for coastline that you have to? No, not
About 65 miles of coastline here.
You don't make money doing those sorts of things. And the city doesn't make money doing those things, but obviously it's an obligation. So is there any more additional collaboration we can do with the police boat, the police department? I don't want to have any political footballs being thrown here, but if there's some high level kind of conversation about supporting your department and potentially leading your budget a little bit, that could be helpful.
I mean, it's you know, it's no secret that this place is incredibly busy, especially pretty much right now till Columbus Day weekend. The department's only set up realistically for one boat on patrol during the week and two on the weekends. It was always kind of a one boat department here with some additional staff in the Inner Harbor. That's just not the case anymore. I mean, like you just said, you heard this morning, it was probably on the scanner that we were assisting the Coast Guard in a vessel on the rocks with an old patient who needed medical assistance. That was early this morning. So we do a lot of that collaboration. We could always use more help on the water, of course, you know, whether it's state or local or the PD, but those are questions I can't answer for all the departments. But
are we also doing shellfish today?
yes.
So we need to get to that, I guess. I would like to note that the fuel went up by 15% in the budget.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
that did get addressed for inflation, but if
It was
if we're gonna get-
$2.89 on the water last year. I think Cape Ann Marina right now is $5.50. And I was talking to the dock master over there and he said the next load will probably be $6 a gallon. So that's double. That's double the price. But it's not just that, it's parts, it's everything. You know, it's just everything that we touch.
So is Pete going to talk to us about shellfish or? are
He
you-
was going to, but he's in court this morning, so you got me.
All right.
He had to be in court this morning. He was supposed to be tomorrow.
Jill
but-
has a question. I don't know what happened to Scott. Scott, you with us?
Not me, yeah, Val.
I mean Val, up there, Scott.
Thank you. Sorry. I've got a real quick question for TJ. TJ, I did a tour of Lanes Cove a week ago Saturday with about a half dozen abutters. And the boat ramp is almost impassable again. So I was wondering if you have that covered as something that you might be able to do in the enterprise budget, or if you've looked at that and you have plans, but.
I've got something better for you, Counselor. I worked with the state. That's a boat ramp that's encompassed under recreational boating access.
Yeah,
It's actually on the agenda for a request for determination on 6/1. And
Really?
in the second week in June, we collaborating with the state are replacing all the pads on the ramp and doing improvements to the parking lot at little to no cost to the city or the enterprise fund.
oh my
Can we move this
God.
to a future discussion?
So that is
Sorry.
happening. It's in the works. The boat ramp will have all the pads replaced by mid-June, pending no hiccups at Concom. We are going to assist with a few pieces of equipment from the city, but as far as actual cost to replace pads and improve the parking lot. will
Don't
be
mean to
no
interrupt, but Councilor Memard, can we get to shellfish?
Yes.
TJ, I'll call you offline so you
Lanesville
can
ramp
give
is
me
not
that.
on here.
Thank you.
We need to vote on the Waterways Enterprise Fund now and then move on to the Shellfish Department. Is that all right with everyone? Val, you're really, you drag things out, like, you know.
I was
You don't need
30
to-
seconds. I was not longer than 30
Let's go, let's
seconds.
go.
So I'd like to make a recommendation that Budget and Finance recommends the City Council that we approve the fiscal year 2023 Waterways Enterprise appropriations as follows. Personnel Services, $369,744. Ordinary Maintenance, $205,584. And Capital Outlay, $13,000 for a total of $588,328. And I so move.
Second,
Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. The second part of this is the Waterways Enterprise revenues. I'd like to move that the Budget and Finance Committee recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 Waterways Enterprise revenues as follows. Total revenues, $588,328, and I so move.
Second.
Roll call vote, Counselor Gross
Yes.
and Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard. Yes. And the Shellfish Constable is Department 296.
Page 54.
Tab 2.
Okay.
I think Scott is frozen, Tony.
Oh. All right, TJ, why don't you go ahead and start out with the, with Shellfish?
So pretty relatively small line item budget. Salaries, the 4% is the 4% for annual. What you will see is a decent, not that we have to use it all, is the overtime budget. They've increased. Pete's hard work and Rebecca's hard work has increased conditionally, I just want to get this right, conditionally approved areas for new recreational and commercial shellfish harvesting, excuse me. But with more additional areas becomes more areas of responsibility. Last year, we had a red tide event, we had 2 sewage leak events, which all caused a whole lot of work. People having to come in on the weekends, people having to come in on overtime. They're both AFSCME employees. There's really no flexibility on what their contract is. We actually fell a little short this year. You guys will see me coming to transfer $450 in a couple of weeks or next week, this week. This mayor's report you'll see come through. I don't want to, I regulate their overtime. It's, as a department head, they request overtime and then I deem whether it's necessary or not. Sometimes I don't have a choice. If there's a sewage leak at the Anniscorn Market that affects the entire shellfish habitat in the Anniscorn River and they have to go out and handle that, then that just has to happen. So I rather have a little bit more flexibility than less. Doesn't mean we need to spend all that money, but at least we have it at our disposal. In the event we don't have red tide events and we don't have pollution events, then we won't use it. So that's kind of what that increase is. It's $5,000 overall. The other big one was R&M boat maintenance. The trailer is the original trailer for the boat. We need to replace the trailer. It looks like a massive increase, but it's a couple grand for the trailer, and we need to have the boat. We're leaving the boat in the water now. It used to not stay in the water, but just the amount of use it gets, it needs to stay in the water. It has to be prepped and bottom painted. So that's what we intend to do in July. What do we got? Oh, supplies. There was never really much of a supply budget. If you look, it was $500. They've used all of our supplies okay. They've used all the Harbor Master Waterways Enterprise supplies for up until this year. I don't really know if that's appropriate anymore and should be something that is budgeted. So I told Pete to put it in his budget. They have a variety of signage and netting and buoys and areas that they need to rope off, and they're in the middle of a propagation of a new flat for commercial fishing. So they really need to have their own budget for supplies. They shouldn't be dipping into the Waterways Enterprise Fund for supplies. So that's what that is. Other than that, that's pretty much what's happening. Not a big department, or it's not a big branch of our department, but they should be sustained through their own means of funding, not Waterways Enterprise funding.
Damn right. Where are they tying the boat up?
They leave it here, or they leave it on the other side, on the tidal flat, on the tidal side of the boat ramp, the L shape that we've added down there. Sometimes they'll leave it up at the Annisquam Market if they got to go out. We leave it at a variety of places depending on what they're doing and relationship we have with private marinas and stuff. But generally, it lives here at the dock, and sometimes at the boat ramp. But it's an aluminum boat. The thing's getting roached on the bottom. It's never had bottom paint, so it's got to go to a marina and get zinc chromate sanded and painted. It's a little bit of a job, you know. None of that stuff's cheap. So I think marinas are getting 150 an hour to do work now. We don't have the capability of doing it, so it is what it is.
And I'll ask where the fines go when we get to revenue.
You
Sure.
want to do that now? Okay, well, yep.
Is there?
Any other questions? I'll make a motion that the Budget and Finance Committee recommend to the City Council we approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for shellfish control as follows. Personal services, $125,975. Ordinary maintenance, $20,150 for a total of $146,125. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion or questions? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously, and we'll go over those revenues next week. Thank you very much, DJ. Appreciate your thorough presentation, and good luck this summer going forward, and we can maintain the same success and status of our harbor
Thank you.
and your services.
Thank you, TJ.
Thank you. Val, call me offline. I'll tell you.
Very well. I can't wait to hear more. Thank you.
The next item on our agenda this morning is the Council on Aging, and I see Elise Sinagra is online with us. Welcome, Elise.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And for our information, the Council on Aging is what account number here?
So at Department 541, tab 2, page 78.
There we are. So if, Elise, if you could just summarize for us going through this, what we're looking at and how this meets our needs.
Yep, so a lot of the budget is, you'll see that it's noted that really the what's really coming out from personnel expenses is mostly just me. We get a formula grant from the State Executive Office of Elder Affairs that covers staff, my outreach coordinator, outreach social worker, our videographer. So a lot of that is just kind of handled by state money that comes in and by Title IIIB grant money that comes in for us to provide outreach into the community. The rest of it is just kind of stuff that, line item that's been level funded. The same as last year, things like postage. We went up a little bit on postage just because postage is going up and because our newsletter mailing list continues to grow. That postage amount will be supplemented by some money that the Friends of the Council on Aging will contribute to that. We've got an additional item in there that's $600 that hadn't been in before because I think that the staff needs to get trained in the database program that we use. We have a database program here called My Senior Center that helps us to provide the reporting to the Executive Office of Elder Affairs that they want. And because I didn't have any overlap with my predecessor, I kind of was just trying to, I'm kind of self-taught in that. And I think a lot of the other staff needs to be trained as well. And we have enough, new people that need to be trained. We're not using that tool as the powerful tool it really is. So we do have a line item in there to get some training. I've talked to them about having somebody come here to train us. It's a very minimal amount. It's, it's just $600. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's not a lot. It's not a lot that's in there. Do any of the counselors have any specific questions?
Counselor Gross?
Yes, I do, and I don't know if you can help me, Elisa, or if this is probably a John and Kenny. Awful lot of your personnel is supported through either grants or Friends of Gloucester. And we don't have percentages or the full, I'm assuming the numbers that are here are what's out of general fund. But we don't know what the grant funding is and the amount of grant funding that is for these positions or from the Friends of Gloucester. I guess on the Friends of Gloucester, it says additional $6,000 is from is a gift, but that we don't have any other what the general fund is for the arts coordinator. So I was just wondering how all that breaks down. That would be really good information to have.
We can,
Okay,
we can send out to the committee and to the entire council if they want detail on where the funds come from, broken down by general fund and the various grants. So we have that. We can send that out to you this evening.
yeah, I didn't realize that you couldn't see that that detail, Counselor Gross. I can tell you, I have the detail in front of me that the arts coordinator out of the general fund, if I'm reading this correctly, and I'm still fairly new at reading some of this detail, but that what comes out of the general fund is $25,084 for the art program coordinator, and then that gets supplemented by $6,000 that the Friends contribute towards Junie's salary each year.
We do see that.
You do see that detail? Okay, good. And
24,000?
25,084.
Yeah,
25,084, yeah.
yeah.
All right, so that's connected with the, okay, got it. So that's connected with the line above it.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And similarly, the
Got it.
outreach coordinator, the amount that comes out of the general fund is $36,687.
Right, that's
So,
there.
yeah, so there's all of that breaks down into like, what, you can see the positions that are completely formula grant funded because there's no amount there that's coming out of the general fund.
So
Like our
the arts,
video production, so.
the arts coordinator's total salary then is $31,084.
Yes, yeah.
Thanks. That one was easy.
Counselor Worthley?
First, Elise, thank you for all that you do. It's a fantastic department, and I don't want to.
Thank you. Happy to do it.
Yeah, I can tell you're happy to do it, and we're happy to support it. I'm not sure if you were on the conversation on the call maybe about an hour ago regarding the Board of Health Department, the Mass in Motion. Were you able to participate in that at all or listen in on that?
I wasn't in on that, but I had a feeling that would come up. I am in discussions. Can you hear me, Councilor Worthley? Okay, you froze for a minute on my screen. So I've been in discussions with the mayor's office about the fact that the Seniors on the Go bus is going to be ending at the end of June, and we have an ongoing dialogue about perhaps using the Council on Aging van to pick up some of the things that the Seniors on the Go bus. We're looking at data on what the most popular trips were, and we're trying to figure out what makes sense for that van. Things that our mission, if you look at the Council on Aging's mission statement, it's really kind of to be a connector, to connect seniors to resources. So we only want to be the resource if the resource doesn't already exist elsewhere. So we know that with that Seniors on the Go bus going away, that is a resource that is going away. But we also are looking very closely at the great partnership we have in CADA. We have Felicia, Kata's administrator, is on the COA board. She's a wonderful board member, and we work so very closely with them that we're looking very closely with the mayor's office at where there still might be kind of gaps after that Seniors on the Go bus goes away. What is Kata doing well that we don't need to try to provide, that we just need to kind of be that conduit to hook seniors up with, and where are there really gaps that maybe we could use the COA van for to maybe replace some of what the Seniors on the Go bus did, and maybe do some things that we feel that Kata aren't addressing, like seniors trips out of town. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. So I am in ongoing discussions with Jill and with the mayor's office about that. So that might come up again, kind of off cycle. Is that what you call it? I don't know.
Yeah, supplemental appropriation officially is probably the official word.
Right.
I just want to lend my support to that. And I think the committee also is hopeful that something comes and shakes out over the next month or two to be supportive of that program. And to the extent that we can push our weight down on the scale a little bit, like just make sure that's clear to the administration that this might be another way that we can be supportive. So thank you, Elise. I don't want to
Right.
belabor it.
Thank you, Councilor Worthley.
Thank you.
Other questions?
I have one, the outreach coordinator position, which I think, that's a relatively new position, correct?
No, actually, so thank you for asking that question, Councilor. No, that position had been a very long time, Lydia Bertolino, who's just wonderful. She had been the prior outreach coordinator, and Lydia retired, and we have a new person in that role. And that person is Julie Smith, and boy, were we lucky, like one of the best hires ever. Julie's fantastic. And boy, we were lucky just historically too, because even though Lydia retired, she's still volunteering down here. We still get to have the longevity kind of in that history that we get to tap into when Lydia's here in the building. She's a shine counselor for us, so she's fantastic. So no, not a new role, but a new person.
Right. So my question is the title 3B, is that an annual grant?
Yes, it is. Yep.
It's not competitive. It's an annual, is it state or federal?
It comes through senior care, actually. So that money, I think, it comes to us through senior care. I think it goes to senior care. I'm not sure, directly from the feds or from the state. All I kind of worry about is the fact that senior care administers it, and that's who gives us the grant. So we do our outreach reporting to them, and that grant is specifically for outreach activities. It's stuff that we do to go out into the community beyond the walls of the senior center to see what kind of needs that we can meet when we go out and we sit, maybe have an appointment in the community room at one of the housing authority sites, or just any number of things to try to let the community know what we can do here at the senior center for them, or what we can do really that has nothing to do with the senior center for them. So that's what that funding is for. And it's an annual grant, but the contract is on a 2-year cycle. So they do kind of a bigger kind of full-blown contract every other year. And then you'll see that I'll bring it before the council just to do the amendment that extends it for an additional year in the off years.
So this is a pretty safe grant that's been there, providing that, nationally, we don't take a total different direction and cut all social services. So,
yeah,
right.
Exactly. It is. And it's been in place for a lot of years. And in fact, last year, they had some leftover money somehow in the Title 3B program Senior Care did. I think one of the other things, they gave it to us, and I had to ask the BNF committee to approve accepting that. So we got an extra option.
Just wanted to make sure that was a reoccurring non-competitive grant. All right, great. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Counselor, it's a federal grant.
It's federal. Thank you, Kenny. I wasn't sure of that.
Yep.
Councilor Gilman, do you have any questions for Elise? I know you're involved.
No, I work closely with her and she's on her job. So thank you. Thanks, Elise.
Thank you, Councilor Gilman.
Any other questions? If not, I'll go ahead and make the motion. For the Council on Aging, Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the Council on Aging as follows. Personal services, $154,457. ordinary maintenance, $8,755 for a total of $163,202. And I so move.
Second,
Further discussion or questions? Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
Yes,
Counselor Worthley,
yes.
Counselor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously, 3-0. Thank you very much, Elise.
Thank you very much. Everybody have a great day. Thank you for all that you do.
thank you. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Had a schedule, Scott.
Time
Impressive.
to get it. Time for Jill and John to go upstairs and get a cup of coffee.
I was gonna say, Chairman Memhard, do you mind, instead of calling Bill and getting him on, if we take a little bio break?
That's absolutely a good idea for all involved, I think. So we'll reconvene in 10 or so minutes before 11 o'clock with Bill Sanborn.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. It's just a lot of it, so repetitive. And then they have,
Jamie, you're unmuted.
Councilor Memhard?
Yes, Kenny.
So the next department is Inspectional Services, Department 241 on page 49.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Bill Sanborn.
Okay, we're good.
All right, thank you. I have my budget here. There's not much changes.
Oh, wait, real quick. What page? Where are we?
49.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
And there aren't a lot of changes, and I can go through it line by line if you wish, or I prefer to answer questions if you have any questions on it.
Sounds fine.
Any questions on it?
Looks like Scott's frozen. You frozen there, Scott? Yep. I got a couple questions, Bill.
Okay.
So you have 8 full-time employees, but can you tell me what their positions are?
Yes, so I have a senior clerk and a junior clerk in my office. I have vacant building inspector. I have the assistant building commissioner. I have the electrical inspector, plumbing inspector, and a local building inspector, sealer, weights and measures. And also I have the clerk for the zoning licensing board.
You have the clerk for zoning and licensing board?
Yes, she's full-time clerk out of my office.
So that's for the ZBA and the licensing board?
Yes,
And does she also do their meetings?
yes, she does. She attends their meetings, does their minutes, and does the clerical work in the office.
And you said she's full-time.
Yes, she is.
Be nice to have those broken down next time, but anyway. What is the vacant building? How many vacant buildings do we have? A lot?
I don't know the total number offhand, but there is at least a dozen or so at presently. We've had up to about 40 of them at one time. So what they are, the buildings that are usually the buildings that are going through foreclosure. When we started, we had a number of people who, well, I wouldn't say a number, but a few of them that walked away from properties. So the object of the,
There's our friend, Mr. Furman, up on Naomi Drive.
yes, he was one and he's paid quite a bit, but now I believe he's getting his project completed.
So are many of these residential, or they include like the CVS building and things like that?
They will include the CVS building, but that hasn't been vacant long enough at the present time. They have to be, I believe, for a year. And the object is to maintain them if the owners fail to maintain them, and to give an enticement for them to get them back onto the market and get them used, either sold or re-rented again. They're both retail and commercial. We do any type of buildings vacant.
So there isn't really time to go into it, but so I'd like to hear more on that later, but I'll catch up with you. But the vacant building fund, can anybody tell me where that is?
That is a separate fund that Bill will use for certain expenses, and the revenue goes into that fund.
Where does
It's a revolving fund. You'll see that later today.
Okay, very good. Very good. All right, thank you.
Vice Chairman Gross.
All set?
Yeah.
Questions? Oh, welcome back, Scott. You froze for a little bit.
Yeah, my telephone rang.
Oh, imagine you have a life outside of this.
No, it kills my computer.
Oh, Bill, we go way back, so I've got a lot of respect for the work you do in your office and all of your staff. I'm not going to sit here and look at detail like that. There's a question on the revenue side, which is going to come up. I guess we're going to do that in a separate meeting on the 25th. But I wondered if we could touch for a second. You and I have talked a little bit about the application fees for building permits and for zoning board of appeals permits. Is there a mechanism? This is an open question that may not be answered now, where it was raised last night, where we could say we might have to increase the application fees on one side to potentially rebate or abate application fees for income qualifying applicants, people who are looking to stay in their home and want to build an ADU, for example, or I'm sorry, I don't think that needs a permit, ZBA permit, but if someone's going to convert to a two-family, can we, and if it's affordable, can we say on the condition that you deed restrict or build something affordably, we can abate some of those fees? It's probably not a conversation to have completely in this budget process. I want to raise the question that maybe when we come back to the revenue side, we can dig into that a little bit.
As far as building permits, I haven't seen anything like that out there in other communities. So it would be sort of unique and would need a little research to find out if we can even do such a thing.
It would be innovative, but and I don't want to reinvent the wheel on everything. But if there's a mechanism, the city can be literally a fiscal partner simply by waiving a fee if someone builds something affordably. For example, I know we can't just do that because if we waive a fee, then that impacts the budget, but maybe we can talk about, do we increase fees across the board so that then there is that ability to subsidize that? It's just a question I want to throw out. This is probably not the right place to do it, but I never can actually find the right place to have these kind of conversations. So I want to plant the seed and, right, Scott, it's like, when do we have this conversation? I want to plant the seed and maybe we'll come back on the revenue side, we can talk about that. And if there's council action that needs to come from that to change fees, I'd be happy to initiate that. So that's potentially an offline question or conversation, but I'd like to get us thinking about that. I don't have questions about your budget. I think you run a very tight ship. It's very lean. I don't think we need to belabor the details in this.
Other councilor questions? Councilor Gross?
No, I'm pretty good. It's pretty straightforward.
Councilor Gilman or Councilor O'Hara?
I have nothing to ask. Thank you.
No, I would agree with what Councilor Gross said, that it appears that Bill has an experienced hand running this department, and it works, it does its job and it works well, and needs to be congratulated. So.
Thank you.
If there are no other councilor questions or discussion, I'll go ahead and make the motion to recommend that the city council, that the Budget and Finance Committee recommend to the city council that they approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for inspectional services as follows. Personal services, $586,000, $586,934. Ordinary maintenance, $16,950 for a total budget of $603,884, and I so move.
Second.
Further discussion? Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard, yes. The inspectional services budget is approved and unanimously for the full to the full city council. Thank you very much, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Councilor Memhard?
Yes, Sherry.
Joanne, the city clerk, she'll be logging in momentarily.
Well,
She's
that's
up next.
wonderful. Yes, indeed.
Good, we get to have lunch.
So we're going to be reviewing the city clerk registration and city council budgets next. Kenny, do you want to refer us to those tabs?
Yes, so the city clerk is Department 161, tab 2, page 21. The registration is on Department 163, page 23. And city council is Department 111, and that should be page 1. Yes, page 1.
Where we belong.
On the top.
Similar to the mayor's office, right? Can we review those page numbers again real quickly?
Yes, Department 161, city clerk, that's page 21. Registration, Department 163, that's page 23. And City Council, as Councilman Memhard said, on top, page 1.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council Memhard, do we have any issues in terms of if we take a department earlier than scheduled, is there any advertised time for these meetings where I have no idea if anybody says, oh, I was going to come at 11:30 to listen to the city clerk's budget process. I don't imagine that anybody would, but do we have to worry about that?
I don't think generally that we do. It's, we have zero outside attendees beyond panelists and presenters. And I think we have a general budget, but nothing specific. Councilor Gilman.
Yeah, and the posting says that the schedules are flexible, so I think people should have that expectation.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think anybody, unfortunately, they don't care enough anyway, but
Well, they can watch it all tomorrow on Zoom, so that's the benefit of Zoom, right?
That is. So Joanne, if you're ready for us, we're ready for you, I guess.
So Joanne, that would be page 21.
Yes,
Tab
I
2.
have it. Okay.
Good morning, long time no see.
Oh, hold on a minute. Sorry, I'm trying to get my volume here. Okay. Are we ready?
We are, thank you.
Okay, so the first department we're going to start with is the 161 city clerk. The first line item would be city clerk personal services, and these are the salaries for the city clerk, the assistant city clerk, clerk of committees, and the vital records specialist. And the salary amounts according to the GMMA and the ASME pay scale. So salary wage part-time, the next line item. I don't know if anybody has any questions on that, but that is sort of like cut and dry according to the union contracts, okay? Part-time hours are at part-time person. She works 19 hours a week, 38 bi-weekly, and it's been a great asset to have her. She is very customer service oriented, very proficient in Microsoft Word, all Excel, and she's been a great asset to the office, and we'd like to continue keeping her. The next line item is the longevity, and that is per the union contract, and that was for 2 employees in our office. The next item is sick buyback. This is new to the city clerk's office. 2 employees are now eligible for sick buyback. And so we had to put that in. Actually, this year I found out I was eligible for sick buyback, and I had to find the funds to cover my sick buyback because I wasn't aware that I was eligible for it. So that is for 2 employees for the next fiscal year. The next line item is sick incentives. That is per the union contract. The next line item is city clerk ordinary maintenance. We have the timestamp machine. It's quite old. We've been keeping our fingers crossed. It still works good. The company that we deal with still says it's in good shape. They can find the parts. So we have an annual maintenance, and then we have a little cushion just in case any of the parts need to be repaired. So the next item is employee training, and this is for conferences for the office staff. And also Grace is going for her CMMC, which is Certified Mass Municipal Clerk designation. She's already a certified municipal clerk. And so this would cover training and any conferences that we need to go to keep updated with all the changing laws that might come across, and also to get experience and other training to improve the office customer service or any office procedures that we might be able to implement easier and also more efficient. The next line item is supplies, and it's, as you can see, it's just our regular supplies for the office in order to provide the services. The next line item is printing of stationery. These are dog tags and printing of the clam licenses. The next line item is in-state travel for employee staff. If we go to in-person conferences, due to COVID, we haven't really utilized it this much because we haven't really felt comfortable going to in-person conferences where we stay overnight, but we have traveled like to Danvers and in the surrounding towns in order if they host a conference or some kind of webinar. And also the North Shore Clerks Association that we meet at Danvers for once a month, 4 times a year. And dues and membership, that is to keep up with our North Shore Clerks, International Municipal Clerks Association, and Mass City and Town Clerks, and the New England Association of City and Town Clerks to keep up our membership so we can attend these conferences. And I believe that's it for the city clerk's office, if anybody has any questions.
One quick question, Joanne, under capital equipment. We have nothing listed. I believe that the shredder we just authorized is probably reflected in the last year's budget.
Yes, it is. And actually that comes out of the special stipend fund, where the dog stipend goes into a special fund. And then after those funds are used to any equipment or that we need in the city clerk's office. So at that time, it would not show up here in my budget because I would have to need permission to transfer the money out of that special fund into an ordinary account in order to purchase whatever we need.
I could, that was a supplemental appropriation added to the clerk's budget.
So we really don't have any capital overlay account.
So how does that reflect purchase of computers and printers and that sort of thing, Kenny?
The computers, that typically comes from the IT department.
Okay. Councillor Gross, Councillor Worthley, Councillor Jeff, please.
Yes, first of all, Joanne, thank you. There is not a department in the city that has more customers coming through your doors than the city clerk's office. I am continuously amazed at the customer service demands and that you meet those demands. So thank you for that. And your budget is incredibly lean. Give a lot of credit to the whole crew and your leadership. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I had a conversation with you and Grace, I think maybe January, February-ish, about desperately needed improvements in the office. I think we talked about the rugs being potentially, well, really old. I don't want to belabor that, but and then the conversation shifted to how do we move forward with those kinds of things. And it was, I think the answer was the DPW needed to be involved and sort of, Counselor, this is not, you know, the place for me to be supportive, but I think I can hear. Are you getting, does your budget reflect this? Does the DPW department reflect this? Is there another place that we can talk about the capital improvements that need to be done in your office?
No, my budget doesn't reflect this. And since that conversation, there has been conversations about renovating City Hall, the 400th, also renovating for the Wi-Fi, the electrical. So, you know, we didn't move forward on any of those because of the conversation where at some point City Hall would need to be redone and every office is going to be affected. So there was no sense in having or going to have a new carpet, having the walls painted. If it's going to be, done at some point and every wall has to be, rewired and everything. So we didn't go forward with that. Is that correct, Grace?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's every time we brought it up with someone, they talk about City Hall being renovated, just like $80,000 for the Kairos Auditorium. So we felt like that would be a waste of city funds in order to push for that when at some point it's going to happen.
So I understand that. I think there's something to be said for workplace environment and showing our support for that, and also comparing that with the fiscal responsibility of, hey, if we're going to fix City Hall, we might as well wait till later. But is there something we can do as a council, and this may be a question for Scott, to lend our support to, I think we talk about the windows that don't close and the cold working environment that your staff has to deal with. Obviously not this time of year, but come this winter again. So maybe this is a question either to administration or to Kenny or Scott. Where is that gap between, how do we fill that gap between, let's wait till City Hall is renovated, and also providing a healthy, productive work environment that the clerk's office works through right now, but maybe shouldn't have to.
Councilor Gilman?
Thank you. So, Council, your questions are all valid. I do want you to know that when I was working with our city clerk on the budget, we talked about those types of things. And the most important things that she asked that we try to fund are the machines for the AccuVote election counting, because those are the do or die things that they must have, and the shredder. And those were like the emergency things that we really needed. So we did accommodate those priorities. The other matters are part of the capital plan of the whole building. And I don't think it would be fiduciary responsible if we were to go ahead and start doing HVAC adjustments or whatever of the windows. I think that they're doing what they need to do for short-term fixes, and I just don't see us having that opportunity right now. We don't want to duplicate effort. Joanne, are you in agreement with that?
I'm in agreement with that. The windows, they're historic windows, and they were redone a while ago. They still leak. Okay. We've had some damage. I think in the 2020 presidential primary, we had a leak that came from up above. We called DPW. They didn't know where it came from. It damaged our state printer. I had to reach out to the state, and they did do that. We just take precautions. When there's any storm, we take things away from the windows and also cover things because we've had some damage. There's water damage if you come in and see it. But like Councilor Gilman said, there's not much we could do. It's a historic building, and that has to be all like capital improvement and the plans there. Like I said, we did ask for painting, but they said that it was not worth painting only because of where the rooms were going to be redone. We asked for new carpet because some of our carpeting has been here a while. It's all stained. And, we were just told that, it's all going to be in the capital improvements with City Hall.
So, Councilor Memhard, first of all, I agree with Councilor Gilman that it would not be appropriate fiduciarily for us to duplicate efforts that are coming. I also want to be sensitive to the much larger fiduciary responsibility where if we have employees who are later dealing with, health issues and mold and, I don't think that's the problem now, but we can't keep kicking the can down the road because of process when we have a problem right now. I just want to raise the question again. We're not going to solve that problem today. I don't know exactly where and when to make these points, but I don't want to be lost on us that there's an issue. And hopefully when the City Hall renovation is done, we don't forget carpets and windows and things like that in the city clerk's office.
It's certainly appropriate, it's a great question, and we're all sensitive to those work condition issues. And it would make sense to request at a convenient future date to get an update from the administration on the City Hall building restoration plan, which we've heard a lot about and are looking forward to, obviously. But things have been done. We have spent a lot of money on City Hall out of CPA reserves. And things are being done moving forward, but it's obviously it's like that proverbial boat that's a hole in the water that you pour money into. But it's a lovely at the same time, it's a lovely building. But it would be great to look forward to an update from the administration and the restoration committee on their schedule, their timeframes, and the scope of work that's anticipated.
So I'd like to put that as an official sidebar request to Council President Gilman to see if we can request an update on that and then make some decisions at that point if there are decisions to be made. So that said, I'm not going to, there's no more questions for this department. I think you run a very tight ship, Joanne, and I appreciate the work that your department does. Thank you.
With that being the case, if there are no other questions, I'll read the motion.
I got a few.
Tony had a question. Tony Gross, Council Gross.
Joanne, the part-time person, do they have regular set hours each day that they come in?
She does, but she's also very flexible if we need to have her cover on a day that she's not here or to stay longer. She will adjust those hours within the 19 hours a week.
Great. That's a big asset to have. I'm glad to hear that the people repairing the timestamp machine can still get parts and stuff, because you probably couldn't buy a machine that was that hardy and rugged today. They'd be there, now it's throwaway stuff. So I'm glad to hear that you can still get parts and that's being repaired. And on the clam licenses, I see it's only an $800 item, but are you reimbursed at all on the fee side of that? I know we're getting to revenues, but since this is expenditure, okay.
No. Historically, the claim license have always come out of the city clerk's budget. Even it's never come out of the shellfish department, because back when there was shellfish warden out of the office. So we just hopefully, if it ever goes online for residential to Viewpoint, the person will be able to print it out themselves. But we've found a printer that it costs minimal for us to have them printed again.
Okay. That's it. Thanks.
Councilor Gilman.
Thank you, Council Memard. So just something that we're going to just keep a close eye on is the unfunded mandates that keep coming down with the voting process, same-day voting, write-in voting. There's just a lot of questions right now that haven't been answered at the legislative level, as well as public records requests, the amount of money that it's taking the clerk's office to handle these, and the amount of money we're allowed to get reimbursed right now. So just a placeholder that those things are definitely being discussed. We've had good discussions with administration just to plant a seed, and we'll have to see where that all goes. But they're definitely, it's creating more and more work in the clerk's office, and being perfect with our election process is, I know, the goal of Joanne and Grace and Marie, and that's what we have to really strive for. So anyway, thank you, administration, for having a collaborative conversation about that.
Okay. So
Thank you, Councilor Gilman.
Okay, so we'll go on to the next Department 163 registration, which is the elections. The salary is per the Ask Me Be contract. Salary, wage, and temporary, that is for custodial overtime and police detail for 2 state elections. We kind of ballpark it because we never know the pay scale for the custodians at the school. This is for the school's polling places only. So that had stayed the same level funded. The staff for the overtime staff that Ask Me Be contract employees that are eligible for this, I kept it the same, but as Councillor Gilman has mentioned, they still are working on revoting in person, vote by mail. And so we won't know that probably till July. I do have an email that gives us a little tentative schedule that early vote by mail will be taking place for the September primary and the November. And early voting in person probably won't be for the primary in September, but will be 2 weeks for the prior to the November election with mandatory weekend hours. So they're still working on that. So that's an unfunded mandate and there's no way to estimate those costs, to be honest with you, especially the vote by mail. What we did in the 2020, I think we reimbursed almost $10,000 for the mail expense, but I'm not gonna know what's gonna happen with the mail. We do know that the applications or the vote by mail cards are gonna be mailed to by the Secretary of State's office. There was something in the bill to have the clerks mail it out, and that did not go through. So it'll be the Secretary of State's responsibility to send out the notices for vote by mail, implement the online portal for an application for vote by mail for the September and the November election, but the city will probably have to pick up the costs of mailing out the ballots, but I'm not sure what the reimbursement would be. We won't know that until probably after the election. The other thing is longevity, that's per the union contract. The sick incentive is per the union contract, and that is the end of the personal on the registration. Does anybody have any questions on that?
What is the location that we pay a rental fee for voting?
Rental fee for voting, there's only 2 locations. We pay the Magnolia Library, and also we pay the Our Lady of Good Voyage Youth Center. We pay for those 2 locations. The YMCA, we have a memo of understanding, and they do not charge us for holding the elections at the YMCA.
Thank you.
And that would be under rental of buildings down at the bottom, under the ordinary maintenance. It's $400.
Yes.
Okay. So the ordinary maintenance is the AccuVote election machines, annual maintenance. We did have initial conversations and demonstrations for new machines. Seeing in the timing where the budget is, and also where the state has a law that you have to have voting machines certified and voted by the city council 120 days before each election. So I spoke with John Dunn. It would probably be that we will purchase them hopefully next January and try and have the new election machines for the municipal election next year. We were advised by the vendors not to try a new machine, especially in a general election in November, a state election, because of the training that's involved. And in speaking to some of my clerks in the association, a lot of them have purchased the machines and used them for a local election first before using them in a state election or a federal election. And because of the timing, and also of the two machines. There are two different machines and also two different vendors. We just thought it was best, and talking to Grace, is that I don't want to chance new machines on this election. And also the timing of it, where we would have to use the old AccuVote machine for the primary and the new tabulator for the November election. And I think this is going to be an election that a lot of voters are going to come out on, and to put the poll workers through that training in such a short time, I just didn't think it was feasible to do it right now. But that's still, I still like to go forward on the purchase of the machines. It'll be in FY23, but it will probably not be until like next January. So they're not included in this budget. So we have the AccuVote election machines annual maintenance. Those are our tabulators for the election, and it's an annual maintenance. They come out and maintenance them. Right now they have parts, but there's been a shortage on parts. They've been purchasing, trading, anybody who's buying from a certain company, they are doing a trade-in where they give you a certain amount for a buyback for the old machines. So they're taking those parts and then distributing to whoever is still using the AccuVote machines. The poll workers, that's the poll workers for 2 elections. The amount is $30,000. The GEMS programming, that is our computer software program in which they tabulate the results, in which we get quick results and then print them out in the printer so that the reports come out quickly instead of doing them manually. The election data memory cards, that is the mailing for sending them out to be programmed. And the media cards, those are the AccuVote election tabulators programmed. What happens is that we send them out to the vendor who programs for the state, and they program our media cards for the 2 elections, so that'd be ready to go. And then the poll pads. With the CARES Act, we were able to purchase these electronic poll pads, which the state allows you to use them for early voting, and you can use them on election day to check in voters, and it's great. It's so quick and easy. But also, the state mandates you to have paper check-in also. So people have to check in electronically, and they have to check in manually. Some of our poll workers are reluctant to do this because they say that, you know, to use the poll pads because they still have to check them in manually. We're hoping at some point the state will allow the electronic check-in and not have the paper manual, but we do have them, and it made the early voting in person go smoother than having to check off and turn every page for a manual check-in. So hopefully we'll use them again at election. There are some wards and precincts that they will do both, but we have some older poll workers that just are not interested in using it, and I just don't want to force it because sometimes we have a problem getting poll workers to work our elections. So that's the maintenance and software for that. And so that total for the registration ordinary would be $41,350. It's down from the previous year, and the reason being reduced is because on a state election, the state pays for the ballots. On a local election, the city is responsible for paying ballots. So that's the reduction from the previous year. And then you will see the rental of polling locations. That's Magnolia Library and Our Lady of Foot Voyage. Police detail, we have that for the 2020 election because of the whole climate throughout the nation, and the Secretary of State's office sort of like suggested that we have police protection at the polling places, and the former administration did agree to that. So, but we do not have it in our budget this year. Cell phones, that's for the election poll worker cell phones, because now with the schools. There's no insecurity. We started doing election cell phones. The poll workers were reluctant to use their own personal cell phones. If they have to call in the office, if there's a problem at a voting precinct, or to check on a registered voter. And also the schools wouldn't allow them to go in the office to use the office phones as in the old days. So we've kept that down to kind of like a minimum, but the vendor that we were working with got sold out, and we had to go with another vendor. We're still with them that we used to have Sprint, and I think now it's T-Mobile. We worked out the least expensive plan. We had the IT Ryan check to see what he could do on his end, as you know, in his budget, or any cell phone deals that he could get. And after his research, he says our deal was very good for $1,200. Okay, and that includes the phone plus the service for two elections. Supplies, we've kept it the same. It's for toner for the state printer. It's for batteries for the AccuVotes, any election supplies that we might need. So stationery, the printing of street list, according to Mass General Law, we have to annually do our census, and also provide the public or any political party with a printed street list or a disc. So we've kept that to the same amount, $1,500. We are looking at ways to improve and not go over the cost, because the cost is getting more and more for the vendor to print them. So I'm going to have Grace explain what we're doing this year, and we have IT involved, and they're on board with this.
I can't be seen because I'm buzzed out, but that's okay. So with the street list book this year, we are going to be developing it in-house in conjunction with our IT department. We've already spoken with them, and they are able to create, with the extracts that we provide them, a product, an electronic product that exactly mirrors what our vendor would create. And while the main cost of the street list books is the printing, we also realize and recognize that time is money, and we spend a lot of time going back and forth with our vendor as we go through proofs of the street list book. I think last year we had 5 proofs because there were errors in it, errors in the information, in the way that the vendor, compiled the information, and also just errors that we would find, maybe data entry errors that our office had made. And being able to work with our IT department, just hop on the phone with them, maybe have a meeting with them, and get it done with far fewer proofs is going to save our office. Presumably, it's the first time we've done it. It's going to save our office a lot of time. So we're looking forward to working with them and also saving some money in the process. But we're going to see how that goes this year with the development of the street list book in-house, and then just final printing with an outside vendor.
And I just want to add the cost. I mean, we've done $1,500, and the cost keeps on going up per book. So what we decided to do in-house, and the majority of the books have given out to the departments, okay? It is on the shared drive, but the public safety departments, police and fire, do need restricted books printed because they have minors in them, okay? So we have the public book, which people over 18, residents over 18, but also we have to print books that are restricted for public safety so that they know everyone who's in the city. So what we decided to do, if we do it in-house, we could still keep the costs down by using the $1,500 and printing the restricted books and the public books for internal departments of City Hall, and putting them in a binder for them instead of having them in a bind book, which costs like $22.50 a book on that. So that's why we're trying to keep the cost down, because every time we go to the printer, it's $1,600, $2,000, and we reduced the amount of books that we have. We used to order 125, and I think we're down to 75 to try to keep the costs to the $1,500. So we're going to try this year by doing it in-house and keeping the costs down. Okay, so confirmation mailings. Confirmation mailings are postcards that we send out to inactive voters who do not answer the census for 2 consecutive years. And before we can delete them from our voting list, the law, Mass General Law, says that we have to inform them, send out these confirmation mailings. And if they are returned, we update their information. If they're not returned after a certain time, we are allowed to delete them from the voter list, and we inform them that they're a deleted voter. And that cost keeps on going up, and it's $8,000 this year. Okay. So, and also the printing, you're going to see that it's down. I said it was down on the other ordinary expense, but actually it's 34% down from the previous year, because that's the printing of the ballots of the municipal election. It wasn't in the other account like I mentioned before. And then after there's reimbursement for mileage, that's for on election day. We all use our personal vehicles. There's no longer a city vehicle. When I first started in the clerk's office, we used to have a city vehicle that the city clerk or the election specialist would go around in and sign out for the day. They're no more, so it's just personal use of personal vehicles for election day to go out to the different polling places. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you very much, Joanne, for the detail. It provides a real insight into what your office does and some of the complexities of maintaining even keel in election compliance.
You're welcome.
Councillor Gross?
Joanne, I see that in 2021, we spent $88,452 for the AFSCME overtime for the state elections, and we have 4,000 budgeted. Are we probably looking at a likelihood of that rising? I know you said that it was not possible to forecast what that expense was, and you were just using the 4,000 as a placeholder. Are we probably anticipating a transfer at a later date?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. That's it.
Councillor Worthley?
Questions? Very, very thorough presentation. Thank you, Joanne.
You're welcome.
If there are no further questions, I'll go ahead and read the motions for clerks and registration, and then we'll conclude with the city council before adjourning for lunch.
Can I just ask a question of the administration?
Feel free to, please, Joanne.
Okay, so since we had a previous conversation, Jill, this week, are we taking that conversation off this budget and doing it offline?
You're talking about the part-time elections person?
Yeah.
Yes, I spoke to John about it and think that's a better way to handle it.
Okay.
But as you said, we, as we had in that conversation and my conversation with John, clearly understand the additional work and the.
And I apologize for the lateness of it, so.
Yeah. It's okay. We'll figure it out.
We were just waiting for the state to move it along a little earlier, that's all, so.
Absolutely, but thank you. We'll work with you on that for sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Scott, I'm all set, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Joanne. So we have two motions. First for city clerk. Budget and Finance recommends City Council approve fiscal year 2023 appropriation for the city clerk's office as follows. Personal services, $305,979. Ordinary maintenance, $6,245 for a total of $312,224. And I so move.
Second.
Looking for a
Second.
second.
Jeff seconded.
Any further comments or questions? Further discussion? Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously, 3-0. On the registration department, department number 163. I move that the Budget and Finance Committee recommend to the City Council that we approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for registration as follows. Personal services, $70,650. Ordinary maintenance, $60,100. Total for the department, $130,750. And I so move.
Second.
Second.
Motion's been moved and seconded. Any further conversation? Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you again, Joanne.
Thank
Our
you.
next department is the City Council's Office, Department 111. And as Kenny said, we're number 1 in the book. Department number 111.
Would you like me to begin?
We'd be honored. Thank you,
Thank
Counselor.
you. So I'm going to go through the real simple ones first, which basically are our salaries. That's not changing. 9 counselors at $11,500 each. And then I will buzz down to EE training and employee training seminars, the MMA conference. We're staying consistent with that. That's line item 011152. Supplies is staying pretty consistent. General supplies that we need on the city council, office supplies, same, constant. Computer equipment, we budgeted a small amount of $700 because we just wanted to have something if one of our Chromebooks broke. But we're all very happy that all 9 of us were able to get new Chromebooks this past year, and we appreciate that assistance. In-state travel, $500 if we are going to training, MMA conferences, anything that we decide we need to go to, that we want to go through. I know one year I went to a conference at Worcester State on the budgeting process, which was real helpful. And then other expenses, public relation type expenses, plaques, recognition of employees or members of the public. And we've kept that pretty much constant. So the one area that requires a little bit more conversation is city council ordinary maintenance, professional and technical. And this was a budget of, this is listed as $30,000, which is 20% over this past year, but there were a couple of components that we had wanted to be able to cover. Number one, I think everyone knows in the council that Scott, Sean, and I have been on a team to look at the process that's required in the charter of every 8 years that the departments have a management audit. And we were, so this number has been kind of a placeholder in this budget. And we realize that the amount of money that we've been budgeting is very little. In this, Tony and I were talking yesterday, and we think that this has been there since like 1986 or something to that effect. so it really is not enough for that management audit, but rather we might need to develop more of a process audit of the different departments and come up with an ordinance where we learn how it is we want to rotate from year to year to a different department in a fair way. And we've had some initial discussions with this. So we will be writing an ordinance on that kind of quantifies what the city charter request is, but makes it something that's more reasonable for us from a fiscal responsibility and a cost standpoint. So that's one thing. And we had hoped to have a little bit in addition to this in the budget because of extra things that might come up, like legal expenses. We've been very clear with administration that we believe in our ordinance, and our ordinance requires that if we were to get outside legal counsel on anything, we need to go through our current legal department, which is in the ordinance, and we feel that that's fair. But we were hoping to budget more than this for that reason. So I'll just throw that out for conversation with our CAO and with Kenny, and if you can give us a feel for how we might be able to satisfy that, as well as keep a placeholder here for the management audit that we hope to continue in fiscal '23.
So as we discussed, if I may, Mr. Chair. As we discussed in the budget meeting with the council president, we continue to maintain that we need to stick with putting requests for legal opinions and requests for outside legal help through the legal office. We did some further research on that, and there was a case regarding this at the Boston City Council. Not an attorney, so I'm not going to try to speak to that exactly, but Krishna provided it to me before she left, and it spoke to, they were denied. The city council was denied separate counsel for all the same reasons that we suggest. First and foremost is if you end up with advice internally where two attorneys discussing something and they may have separate opinions and they're working together on something, and then they come to one recommendation that they give the city as a whole. That is the situation we currently work in. But if city council gets a different piece of legal advice than the city general counsel, the general counsel that's for the whole city, has already given, that puts us in a really bad position in the case of litigation. So we maintain that the general counsel serves both the city council and the mayor. We've said that repeatedly. I think Councilor Nolan brought that up recently. You have full access to general counsel. We brought it up in the interview with our soon to be new general counsel, who will be starting next week, Suzanne Egan. The mayor asked her that question in the interview specifically, and she answered it with that same feeling of, my job is to represent the city of Gloucester, not the mayor's office, specifically the city of Gloucester. And she also, really commented on how much she's learned about how that benefits the community as a whole, having now worked in some towns as well as some cities. So we continue to maintain that all requests for legal opinions and legal advice need to go through the general counsel's office.
And so just to respond to our CAO through the chair,
Yes,
I agree with that. I do not disagree that process is important. It's laid out in the ordinance and we should follow it. I was just asking for some additional funding for this, if we go through the process and we feel like we need a second opinion, it would be going through the chief counsel and in seeking that with maybe an expert at the state level. And we just wanted to have a little bit of opportunity to get that. So it would not be getting a different opinion. It would be working with our chief counsel in order to get some specialty assistance. And that's why we had hoped for some extra money for that effect. I've worked with this new council, general counsel coming in before when I was chair of the school committee. I found her to be extraordinarily fair and objective and easy to work with. So it's not really an issue of a personality. It's an issue of knowing that we as a city council can push to get expertise from someone that might know an area of business even more than our current council, provided we go through that process and don't do an end run around that process. So I just like for you to just think about that, and you know, maybe we can discuss this offline, but I just, you know, it's
So the
important.
council's clear, there is the funding for outside counsel lives in the general council budget. And so it's their determination of when it's, you know, through discussions with you, how to use that.
Okay, so we can look at that more closely when we go through the general counsel's budget. That's it. I don't think that there's anything else. I think that our budget, other than that one matter.
Something. Councilor Worthley has a question.
Chairman, if it's okay.
Council member, it looks like he's frozen again. So Council Gross, it looks like.
No, Councilor Worthley has a question.
Thank you, Councilor Gross. That's what happens when you're the coolest guy around, right? In the ice company. So firstly, you know, there's multiple layers here, right? The Budget and Finance Committee of the council is reviewing the city council's budget that is actually funded through the mayor's office. And so there's a lot of give and take here, and I'm not exactly sure the right way to do this. I think Ms. Cahill, very beautifully spoken. I think we have a healthy collaborative relationship, and our legal counsel, our new legal counsel, is a very solid person, and I think that we all understand the process. I know that there are prior administrations where the mayor's office and the council disagreed, and it would have been helpful if the council had this kind of legal support. And so once again, this is not a Jill Cahill, Greg Berger conversation. It's really about there will be times where the council, whether right or wrong, needs our own opinion. I've seen it in my prior service, and we had no options. And so I hope that day never comes, and I will work collaboratively with you to make sure it doesn't. But in the event it does, I think it'd be good for the council to say,
Counselor, we can't hear you. Your voice is not on. We can.
Those new Chromebooks, they're no good on Zoom. They aren't. I can't use mine.
Fortunately, mine works, but.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, we can't hear you, Jeff.
You dropped out again.
All right, I got on this same line item. I think we're getting a little far afield of what this is about. I mean, it says professional technical services when needed, but it's also about managing, you know, management audits, review, and, you know, the 30,000 isn't going to come near covering, you know, any audits that the city council is solely responsible for, and I would think solely responsible for the funding. So I think that, you know, before we get too far on outside legal counsel on this line item, that we really should consider that that's a much less likelihood to be needed rather than to use this as partial funding for a management audit if and when we get our act together and decide to start doing these audits, which are going to be costly, and whether or not they're necessary or we need to do in-house. But one of the things we confirm the new legal person when they get appointed, And these are all questions on how they will approach when there's a difference of opinion between council and administration. So those are questions we can't get answered here, but questions we can answer during the confirmation process. So I think that, you know, rather than trying to get fixated on the legal on this particular thing, we have, you know, other things that this money is supposed to be spent on.
Good point, Counselor.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'd certainly agree. And again, by charter, the city council is charged with conducting management audits. Our experience when we tried to go out for pricing on that, with Kenny's help and Donna's help in the purchasing department, we were getting quotes of $100,000 to $130,000 for that type of a departmental review, which is, you know, both more than we thought we needed, and certainly more than we can afford. So we have to define the scope of these, whether they're not an audit, but a departmental review of some kind, a less formal process that still provides a helpful management guidance to that department and to the council and reviewing the department. On the legal side, I'm not quite sure about the Boston lawsuit that Jill just referred to. I do know that, at least as far as I know, the city council of the town of Fall River found it necessary, and it in fact did fund an independent council line item so that they have access to those legal resources separate from the administration. I would hope that were not necessary, but it was certainly driven in the last couple of years by concerns about council access to unbiased legal advice that was being managed by the administration.
Excellent point.
Councilor Wordley?
Yep, just a couple things. So firstly, I would love to see, and I don't know what the mechanism is to say, can we add or ask the mayor's office to consider adding X dollars? And I don't know what that number is, but there's no way we're getting any management audits done for $30,000. So that's a question to, I guess, throw back to Jill to see what's the process for us to ask for additional funds. And then I have a second question. Maybe I should ask the second question as well.
Go ahead.
Retired captain, I think it was Steve Aiello, made a great presentation during oral communications a couple months ago. And this is also a very delicate conversation. I'm sensitive to the optics around it. Our city charter says that if the council were to vote for any increase in the salary for the council or for the mayor's office, that it wouldn't actually take effect for 18 months. So the reality is it wouldn't be until fiscal year 24 that we have an expense associated with it if that conversation happened and if there was a result in that. But I can also say I work full time and I have children, and I could never possibly keep up with what Councilor Gilman does on a day-to-day basis to manage being council president. Never mind if I were retired, I don't think I could do it. It is a full-time job. And so when we look at the last election and there was an issue with finding someone to run in Ward 3, I don't think any of us do this for the money. But when you're trying to juggle all your responsibilities and it becomes a 40-hour-a-week job or more, $11,500 doesn't come close. So I want to be sensitive to, this is not Jeff Worthley trying to make more money. It's how do we attract the right talent? And I want to have the same conversation on the mayor's side, so that people who might say, I got to give up time and money to dedicate to the city, they look at it and can really have a judgment between $11,500 is considering the hours, we're way below minimum wage. And so how do we have that conversation, and or does that even have to happen today? But given the 18-month rule on the funding of that, I don't know how to handle that. So I'm throwing that back as looking for some advice.
It wouldn't be in this budget. It would not be in this budget.
I don't leave it.
It would be in 2 years from now.
But the process.
So the motion.
Yeah, we have to vote on it, but it doesn't go in until January 1st, 2024.
Okay.
Oh, nice guy.
So really, we have to okay, I'm sorry. I think Councilor Gilman has answers on that.
Do fiscal budget way.
So to Jeff's point, as part of the budget process, John Dunn and Kenny were good enough to pass out to me and Joanne at the meeting a kind of a summary of what local municipalities were paying. And nothing really jumped out at me as being like we were underpaid, so I had no plans of bringing it forward. And through looking at that, we've got the school committee rates too. The school committee makes $5,000 a person, right, which is a
Can we
lot
limit
less.
this to this budget?
Excuse me?
Can we limit this discussion to this budget? Because this really
Yes.
doesn't have anything to do with
Thank
it.
you, Tony. So I agree, but I think it was a fair question for
You don't
Jeff.
want
to
me
bring up.
hangry.
Hmm?
You don't want me getting hangry.
Anyway, so for future discussion, and we can share the salary information, and maybe in 2 years, it'd be something that someone would want to
All the
bring.
questions, Scott.
I do want to go back to the other question on the audit funding, the $30,000. What is that process if this BNF committee wants to see a slight increase in that?
Well, I think what I've talked to administration about through the chair,
Yes.
what I've talked to the mayor and our CAO on this matter is that they are aware that they would need to supplement this with extra money. But until such time that we come up with an ordinance that makes sense with the process, which will probably be in the next couple of months, this is a placeholder. Jill, can you confirm that that's what we discussed?
Yes, it's a premature, exactly. It's premature to make a request at this time, Councilor Worthley, because we've yet to figure out, the city council has yet to figure out what that process is going to look like and get an estimate of what it would cost.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Is the conversation concluded here?
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
If there's no further discussion, I would make a motion that the Budget and Finance Committee recommend the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the City Council as follows. Personal services, $103,500. Ordinary maintenance, $34,700 for a total of $138,200, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And good discussion topics, and there obviously needs to be follow-up on these. And this is not necessarily the format today to do that, but it's not just to kick the can down the road. It does need to be attended to, but another format.
Do we need to vote to adjourn?
I think we do. Did you say you were hungry, Tony?
I said I don't want to get hangry.
Hungry?
Angry, hungry and angry. Angry.
My
You
phone.
never get angry, Tony.
I
Come
didn't
on.
say angry. I said
Motion
angry.
to
I said
adjourn until 1
hangry.
o'clock.
Adjourn or recess? Not to get
Jonathan always said you had to feed Tony.
Motion to adjourn until 1 o'clock.
so moved.
Motion been made
Thank
and
you.
seconded.
Be back at 1. Thank you.
Roll call. Jeff,
Yes.
Tony, Counselor Gross, yes. Counselor Memhard. Technical difficulties. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay. See you after lunch.
1 o'clock.
Al.
Hi, Sherry. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Finishing lunch.
Yeah, gobbling down a peanut butter and jelly, but
Gotta do what you gotta do.
crunchy peanut butter,
Yeah.
toasted bread, which makes it better.
Yeah, it does.
Oh my God. So that's what the Harbor Masters room looks like. It's a nice square table.
I think you can move it around.
Cool.
I have a style
Last
question.
time I was there was no furniture in it.
Could I ask a quick question? I didn't get to eat during that break. Is it rude if I eat while we're having a meeting? I want to be sensitive to not appearing.
Jeff, you don't chew with your mouth open. That's not why you're divorced, is it?
Twice divorced too, but that's not the reason.
Okay.
But is it disrespectful? I just want to be thoughtful here and not come across as. But we're not started yet. Hey, Tony.
It is live.
Okay, thank you.
It is still live, yes.
Yes. I can assure you that if I'm eating, it won't be a cupcake.
And so human resources and personnel is Department 152 on page 16 in the budget book.
Hi, Holly.
Are we all ready to begin?
Yes, page 16.
Department 152, personnel, human services, human
Page
resources.
16.
Thank you.
Welcome, Holly.
Thank you. Well, nice to see you all.
Nice to see you.
Thanks for coming down to the waterfront.
My favorite spot.
So I have 1 o'clock. I think we can start. Holly, would you like to step us through your department? And I guess we're also going to be covering workers' comp, health insurance, unemployment, and Medicare as well.
So we haven't seen too much in the way of changes for the department. We had a slight decrease in our salaries. And longevity, the training classes that follow that are contractual. Those have remained the same. Our sick buyback has remained the same. Our incentives for the AFSCME B group have also remained the same, but we did have a slight increase in the B group incentive, and that's just because this year we have hired back some more staff. The only real change that we have that is substantial is in our contractual services account, which is the 52,000 account. We've added in that this year 2 studies. One is a management or middle management classification and compensation study that we were hoping to provide to the GMAA managers, and that would give a class and comparison within Massachusetts. And the other is a gap assessment, which would give us an idea where we are as a whole for a health and safety committee. Because of our OSHA obligation now, we have, each department has their own obligation through OSHA, but we really don't have an overall idea of where we all stand as a whole. And some of the smaller departments, you know, don't have OSHA guidelines. We need to get in step with fire drills and active shooter drills and things like that. And this study would help walk us through that. So that's really the only big change in HR is the request of those 2 services.
Are there any specific counselor questions for Ollie? Counselor Worthley, I see your hand. Can't hear you. You're on mute. Thank you.
That's the first time that's happened to me so far this year, so I apologize.
That's a simple solution to fix.
Right, that's the easy one. I was giving you a raise, Holly, and I guess we missed that part. I just want to say thank you again. I think you run a very tight ship and you run a good organization. I want to ask you, it's a small amount of money, almost not worthy of our talking about it, but I forgot that we have an office at the Browns Mall. $8,400 for rental? What office is it?
I think you're looking at, that's not part of my budget.
That's IT.
That's the next one in IT. I think they follow me, or they were prior to me.
I'm sorry. So
We
then I
could
don't
use
have-
the space though, so if it's available, I'd be happy to take it.
So we'll have to talk to IT about that. All right, so I had one other question. Oh. I'm very sensitive to not asking the wrong, or asking the right question in the right place. This may not be the right place, okay? There was the question, there's a lot of reporting about some money being spent to investigate some activities last year, and then that just kind of disappeared. I think there was going to be an audit of that, and I just want to encourage you to never be in a position where you have to spend money that's not allocated. And I think this is a new administration. We're not going to have those sorts of issues. But do you want to speak to that process at all? I think we were talking about $15,000 that was spent. I think it came from your department.
Right. Do you speak to the process in why we felt the need to spend the money, or I'm not sure exactly what question you're asking.
That's the question, right?
How does this relate to this budget, Jeff?
I want to make sure she feels like she's never gonna be in a position to have to spend money that's not in the budget, not approved by the council and approved by the mayor's office. So
Sometimes, especially in HR, HR situations come up where I could never make that promise that I wouldn't come back here to you and ask for more money, additional money, depending on what's happening. And it could be with anybody at any time. We hope for the best. We have a great group of people. I don't foresee anything like that ever happening again. I didn't feel the need to put it in the budget this year. But that doesn't mean that it wouldn't happen in another situation. And that's why we have our legal department also. In generally, 99% of the times, they would be handling any situation that comes up.
Yeah, that was really a council question, probably, where there should be some oversight and not putting you in that position ever again. So there's nothing else in this department. I just want to get that clear that you are doing a great job and we would never do that. So I don't have any questions. It's not that big of how complicated of a budget.
Holly, I have a, so when you talked about the increases in the training, the active shooter and the different fire drills and that kind of stuff, that's actually in the, it's in the personnel side, correct?
Yes, it would be,
So
it's,
the 6,000, the 10,000, in the training managers.
oh, I
training
see what you're
AFSCME,
saying. Yeah,
AFSCME, that's all, that's what you were talking about?
no, it's not in that. I'm sorry. It's in our contractual services account. It's count number 52,000. And that is, we're hiring an audit company to come in and audit where we are. So it's not it's not training for our employees. We're
Okay.
hiring an organization to come in.
All right, well, that's what I first thought, and then I went, and then, so I'm seeing it, you know, last year, 6,000 was budgeted for the AFSCME B, but 1,519 was spent in 2021. And then 10,000 for managers, while 1,655 was spent. And so I was just wondering what, and it looks like on the training of managers, it looks like we're on track to spend close to the 10,000 that was budgeted, but on the AFSCME B, we've only spent $920. Are you planning on intensifying these? And is this is citywide, correct?
Yes, well, it's in the AFSCME B group, this specific.
Right, but it's not just HR staff.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the reason that we put these are contractual amounts, their contracts read that we will fund this amount of money. So regardless of whether they spend it or not, we do have to fund it. And because of COVID, nobody went for training. Basically, they almost used nothing. And usually in years past, they use most of the money that's in there. Somebody's working on a degree, or we'll have a company come in and do some training. Yeah.
Yeah, so in the collective bargaining agreement, it says up to $10,000 or up to $6,000 will be reimbursed for training.
Yes, it says that we will fund that amount of money for training, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks. That's it.
One more question.
Councilor Worthley.
And very general question, Holly, I think you know, and all of my clients and constituents are struggling to keep good help. It's a combination of post-pandemic and maybe some people relying on the government to not work. And I'm not saying that's what city employees, but it's been hard to recruit good talent. What are some of the things you think that we can do, aside from offering more money, to lend our support to your office and your efforts to keep good employees and attract new ones?
Well, I think we're doing it with our collective bargaining agreements. When we sit down with each union, we're doing the best that we can, and we're offering things that maybe don't have a monetary value associated with them. We're just doing the best that we can at this point. It's a nationwide problem, as you know. I think the employees that we have are relatively happy right now. I think they like the new administration. I think they like the new council. There's some hiccups here and there. There will always be hiccups, but I think we're doing okay right now.
And what I meant is, what can we do as a council to support what you're doing? Is there something we can do? Employee recognition, not having staff have to, and I know I'm guilty of it, have to belabor long meetings and things like that. Other things that you recommend we can do to be helpful to you?
At this, right off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. We do have money set aside in this budget for employee recognition. So
Great.
If you see somebody doing an outstanding job, let us know.
Will do.
Yeah.
I just want to make that an offer. When you have ideas, feel free to come to us.
Thank you.
Yeah. Council member, I saw Jill's hand up. I don't know if she wanted to add to that or how you.
Of course.
Yeah, I was just going to add, Holly knows this as community development director, and even more so as CAO, attracting and retaining the top talent is a priority for myself, for the mayor, and the conversation that Holly I've had at length many times. And in a lot of ways, we function like a dinosaur. We don't have the ability to be agile like a private company, but Holly's thinking outside the box, attracting a new community development director right now is challenging us to really think that way. So, yeah, so Holly's a great partner in that, and we're lucky to have her.
Count us
Thank
in
you.
on being a partner in that too.
Counselor Gilman, do you have anything to offer or a question?
Nope, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other items before us, counselors? Anything else you'd like to bring up at this point? All right, thank you, Holly. Seeing nobody else with questions, I will go ahead and make the motion. Department 152 Personnel, Human Services. Budget and Finance moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for personnel, human resources as follows. Personal services, $310,000, $310,910, excuse me, got it. Ordinary maintenance, $85,602 for a total of $396,512, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you again, Holly, and keep up the good work in your department.
Next grouping starts on page 88.
88, thank you, John.
All right, so health and life insurance. This particular department is one of the larger in the general fund. It covers general fund employees, retirees, and some retirees on the school side. So we see an increase this year in general health insurance, a little bit over 6%. So as you all know, we are members of the GIC. We do benefit from that. It just so happens that where our employees are enrolled in the particular plans, those particular plans have seen increases that have been larger than the GIC as a whole over the past 3 or 4 years. On the other hand, those particular plans are also on the cheaper side of the GIC plans. So even though we've seen increases that have been higher than the GIC average, the total cost of the city has been less because of where those people are enrolled. So we'll live with this because we're still better off. The participation in the GIC has been a very good choice for the city. It just so happens that the way the GIC is constructed, that basically everybody across the state pays the same amount for the particular plan they're in, and our actual expenditures in those plans has been higher than the average across the state. So we have benefited by being in the GIC, where other communities and other state agencies have basically been subsidizing us to a certain extent. So if we were independent and enrolled in plans particular to the city of Gloucester, this number would be probably 10% higher than it is. So that was a good decision made, what, like 10 years ago? Yeah.
Yep. After the March ones.
Yeah. So
I know.
So, that's a significant increase, 6.2%. The others basically stay the same, and we're pretty good year to year by staying within those budgeted areas. So the entire health and life insurance department is up 6.1% to $9,287,186. Any questions on that?
Scott, you're muted.
Somebody's mowing the lawn, so I was trying to keep that out of here. John, if you could just comment, it's not a material item, but retirees who receive payment for a Medicare penalty, what that means?
When, back about 35 years ago, the city of Gloucester made, I forget the actual Mass General law that they voted on, but all retirees who are Medicare eligible had to be moved into a Medicare plan. And that resulted in a penalty for some of the retirees. And slowly but surely, that number is dwindling, but we still have 2 people left that we pay a monthly rate to amount to cover that.
Thank you.
I believe it was called Section 18.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, just
I
totally
remember
drew a blank. Yeah.
And again, this has benefited the city through the years by requiring that retirees, if they are Medicare eligible, to enroll in Medicare. And therefore, those plans are generally much cheaper than if they had individual or family plans.
Just a question on that, so I understand. Are we saying that Medicare eligible, meaning their spouse wasn't a city employee? Is that what we're saying? And then they can jump on a plan like that, or because they work in the private sector as well?
They can be eligible in a couple of different ways. Either some of our employees have never worked in regular industry, so they can get on their spouse's plan to get on Medicare. We do have a few that are not Medicare eligible, and we do have to carry them on regular plans. Very few. I think we have 3.
Do we make an effort to reach out to retirees and educate them on their options, where it would actually save us a lot of money if they weren't on our plan? We can encourage them and let them know how that works. Again, we're only talking about a couple, but is that a process that you do on a sort of exit interview sort of step?
When employees retire through the GIC, they become, they are handled by the GIC. We no longer we don't notify them of open enrollment. We don't notify them of changes that are coming up. All of that's done through the GIC. So we don't, my office doesn't have access to that information to get information out like that. I don't know that we could do that.
If GIC is doing it, then that answers the question. Thank you.
Anything else? It's a large budget item, but the city and its employees and retirees are grateful for the level of coverage.
I also feel like there's not a lot we can do this. A lot of this is all contractual and mandated, right?
Yes, it is. So again, state law says that if you come to work, you are entitled to benefits, and this is one of the benefits that you are entitled to.
Right. Given that, I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Seeing no further comments or questions, for Department 901, Health and Life Insurance, Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for health and life insurance as follows. Personal services, $9,287,186 for a total of the same, and I so move.
Second.
Further comment, discussion, roll call vote, Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you again, Holly. And John.
Chairman Memard, can we go out of order and take Medicare next? Because it's right there on the front of us.
That's fine with me, if that's all right with the other councilors and the administration.
Yep.
Page 89.
All right, so this particular item is the city match for Medicare payments. So Medicare assessment is 2.9% of earnings. That is split between the employee and the employer. So this item represents basically 1.45% of employee earnings during the course of the year, both city and school. In the past, this item has been shorted a little bit, which we've managed to cover at the end of each year. But for the past couple of years, we have been increasing it as we go along. So this year's request is at $850,000, up from the $790 that was appropriated in the current year. That $790 is probably going to be a bit short. I'm expecting that it will actually come reasonably close to probably $835 or $840. So we still we'll have a little bit of a gap this year, but hopefully the proposal for next year will close that up pretty tight. Any questions?
Good deal.
Seeing no questions, we make the motion to recommend the city council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for Medicare insurance as follows. Personal services, $850,000 for a grand total of the same, and I so move.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously for Medicare insurance. The next item would be workers' compensation insurance.
So I'll hand this back over to Holly. She's closer to workers' comp issues than I am.
Right. So again, I'm just trying to, what number are we on? Are we back this way?
Yes.
I don't think I have that. I don't think you gave me that kind of just
I didn't.
quick peek. My fault.
That's quite right.
Okay, so the workers' comp salaries, that is for individuals who are currently on long-term workers' comp who have not been retired yet, or who have been deemed permanent and totally disabled, and we will continually have to pay them. That's just a standard, that's where we are right now. That's not adding anything extra. Those are the people that we have. And the $260,000 is for medical expenses that covers city and school and any retirees who are still on workers' comp that have medical bills. And that's pretty standard. I know this year it looks like we're low again, 166, but that is due to COVID. Generally, we didn't have, we were lucky. There were a lot of people that weren't working. We didn't have a lot of injuries. We did really well this year, but I would keep it at 260 for the future.
I know from the perspective of private business that this workers' compensation rate and overall expense for the city is compared to some municipal expenses remarkably less than what it is in private industry. So we're very fortunate in that regard.
Well, we're self-insured and we do a good job keeping the rates down if we can.
So yes, the self-insurance certainly benefits us both now and historically. So that's one of the things that municipal governments are able to do that's really not available in the private sector.
Question on that, Council Memhard.
Please, Councilor Worthley.
Forgive me for not knowing this. When we say we're self-insured, are we seeing somewhere else in the budget payments that we're making directly that don't involve workman's comp insurance, but that we're paying directly? Is that what we're saying?
I'm not sure. Could you repeat that?
No. So basically, across the state, if you're in the private sector, you're paying workers' comp directly to the state, and that's not the case here. So we're able to there are some options that are available to governmental agencies to self-insure. So this is one of the areas. You'll kind of see, the next one, which is unemployment. Again, we're kind of able to self-insure in that area too, but we'll talk about that next.
So but just so I understand it, are you saying that we're only budgeting to spend $260,000 for direct payments to people who are out on workman's comp?
For medical bills, yes. The medical bills, doctor's visits, anything that's related to an injury, that will come out of that account. We do not pay an insurance company.
And so the 70,000.
Private industry pays an insurance company. We actually pay the claims. And we also have an adjuster who discounts the bills that we receive to the correct industry standard for a work-related injury. So there's, they save us money also.
And so 70,000 is all we're paying, or budgeted to pay for?
That's
direct-
for pay. Yes, that's for two individuals, their continued pay. They get a paycheck every week. And those are court ordered that we're required to do. Yes, so that's it.
I'm not going to debate our requirement to pay it. I'm just shocked that we only have 2 people in our whole city employee base that are on workman's comp.
That's people who are not covered. Police and fire have their own account. They're under 111F. So only their salary comes from that account. And anybody else that's injured, it comes from the department's account. The money's in your budget for your person that year. That it's just covered different. It's coded differently. It would be coded that you're out on injury, but it's still your salary. This is for people who are no longer working. They're no longer associated with a department. They're actually, these two individuals are retired, but the judge says we will pay them.
I understand. I think we're very lucky in some ways that there's only 2.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, I'm not going to question it. It's good news, actually.
Great. Anything further on workers' compensation? I would therefore move that the Budget and Finance Committee recommends to the City Council that we approve fiscal year 2023 appropriation for workers' compensation as follows. Personal services, $330,000, total the same. And I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. And then the next item would be Unemployment Compensation Department 915.
So somewhat like the previous comment, we are allowed to basically self-insure for unemployment. So what that basically means is that the state, if they are paying somebody unemployment who is a city employee, then the state will bill us directly for whatever that amount is. So as opposed to, again, in the private sector where you're contributing on a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly basis, a certain percentage of your payroll. In our case, it is a direct bill to the city. So we have unemployment here, which is directed at city assessments. The schools, if they have somebody out on unemployment, then they will pay that directly to the state. Now, there was an issue over the past 18, 24 months ago where there were a large number of fraudulent claims. So at this point, the city has paid probably some amounts into unemployment that we hope to get back because we feel that they were fraudulent claims, but the state is still wrestling with the enormity of unraveling that mess. Cliff Cook, payroll supervisor, let me know the other day that there is some feeling that fraudulent claims are starting to come through the system again. He has seen a couple. So we hope that this is not something that's going to repeat at the level that we saw a year and a half ago, but certainly that is a potential problem. And it does take a lot of time and effort to unwind it. But, you know, Cliff and his staff basically have stayed on top of it and pretty much know what is fraudulent and what is not. So we have good records and we're able to keep on top of it.
Councilor Memhard,
Councilor Worthley.
seriously, when we say fraudulent claims, are we talking about potentially city employees who are saying that they were hurt on the job or not? Or are we talking about an outside entity hacking? Because I know there's a lot of that happening at the state level. People from other states, other countries trying to hack into our system. That's not what we're talking about, right?
No, so what this issue was is that there was a hack a number of years ago at the retail level where information was discovered about people, social security numbers, where they work, and then claims were filed under their names. So, you know, it became very obvious to us when it started to happen, because a claim would come in and you look over at the person's name would be somebody that's right next to you. So you know that they didn't file a claim.
Right. Illinois
So
Department of
this is
Labor.
all a hack that probably happened, multiple hacks that happened 3 or 4 years ago that resulted in fraudulent claims being submitted 24 months ago.
I get it. So what this isn't unraveling city employees who might be trying to do this. This is unraveling hacks and people identity theft and those sorts of things, right?
Exactly. So this information did not come from the city. So you know, nobody hacked into city records to get this information. It happened on a much larger nationwide basis.
Right. I was telling you, I got a letter from the Department of Labor in Illinois because of my potential claim that I never obviously worked in Illinois in my life. So
right.
I understand this happens. All right, I'm good.
Any further discussion, Tony?
Yeah. So have we cut positions where we're laying these people off? I'm just wondering where the expense comes from. Yeah, I understand that it comes from, but I didn't realize we were laying people off.
We're not laying.
No, we're not. But you know, you will qualify for unemployment even if you quit at some point. So there's various reasons for termination. So somebody could, for example, have worked for the city, resigned to go work someplace else, then been laid off there. But still, part of this will come back to the city because they had employment within that previous period. So there's a variety of reasons why, but it's not all related to city activity that will result in a layoff.
So the way it works is we get billed from the state, and then the state has to discover if there was an anomaly, and then they give us a credit. Is that what happens?
In this case, in the case of fraudulent claims, Counselor?
Yeah, or change of people's status that they still pay, that, the state was still charging us for.
Yeah, so the state will send us information and then we can protest. So we certainly always have that ability to say that in our estimation, the particular former employee should not be getting any unemployment compensation that would be chargeable to the city. And we do that. So we do have a consultant out there who does that work for us on the investigation and also the representation at the state agency.
And the same thing happens in private industry, Tony, so that a former employee who's no longer currently employed and moved on may at a later date from a subsequent employer file for unemployment, and the unemployment office will track that back down to earlier employers also.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else? Seeing none, I would move that the Budget and Finance Committee recommends the City Council that they approve fiscal year 2023 appropriation for unemployment compensation as follows. Personal services, $50,000, and the total the same. And I so move.
Second.
Further discussion? Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes, thank you. Howard.
Councillor Memhard. Yes, indeed. Excellent. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, John.
Thank you. And thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Ollie.
Council Memhard,
Yes, sir.
could we do Department 921, pension? John, do you agree?
Sure, as long as we're here. Yep.
921 was on
Page
our
92.
agenda for today or for next week?
Well, it's on the agenda for next week, technically.
Okay.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine to move ahead with it if that's the wish of the council.
Well, we have a couple of other things that are on the agenda for next week that are also kind of in the back here. Pension, regional school assessment, liability insurance. So
Yep.
why don't we
That's
hold
fine.
those and go through them next week?
Okay.
Sounds
Then,
good.
In that case, the next item on our agenda this afternoon would be the legal department. Thank you again, Holly.
Bye-bye.
Okay, page 14.
Isn't there a general counsel who's going to sit in that seat to help present the the department's budget?
No, we got 2 more days. Everybody behave. 2 more days.
So yes, you may not be able to see the person, but the person's right here. All right, so legal department. A couple of fairly significant things are happening here. The first is in the salary line, which is up almost 20%. And that really is the situation where the Assistant General Counsel salary had in the current fiscal year been split between the legal department and HR. That was the way that the former administration wanted to present it. So that was the way it was in fact presented. When we did this year's budget for 2023, we decided to bring the totality of that Assistant General Counsel salary back into the legal department. So part of what you saw in HR with Holly was that there was a fairly significant decrease in that salary line, but that resulted in an increase in this salary line by basically the same amount. So what you see is the full salary expected for the Assistant General Counsel. That particular position is open right now. And we're not exactly sure when it's going to be filled. But presumably when this agent comes aboard, then she will be making a decision to go out and advertise for the position and see what we can find in terms of filling that particular slot. In the meantime, we fully expect that there are a number of legal issues that are currently going on in the city, and we've had to go to outside counsel in order to keep those particular issues moving along. So what we've done is we've increased the legal services line 530010 by $15,000, fully expecting that as we move along, particularly in the first part of next year, there are things that are happening now that will leak into next year. And we're going to continue to use outside counsel again in order to keep those issues moving along. So we have a number of issues that are being worked on right now by Attorney Tom Mullen, who has done work for the city in the past over the years and has done an excellent job. So he is on these things, and we fully expect that it's likely that he will remain on board until those particular issues are resolved. So that really is the two lines in the legal budget that are affected. Everything else is level funded.
And just to be clear, John, the Assistant General Counsel's position originally, if memory serves me, was a part-time position. It was increased to a full-time position when we went through this job sharing with HR. And then Tom Mullins' expenditure and any other specialty outside account advice, legal advice is budgeted and contracted separately.
That is correct. You know, I think, you know, over the years, it really was a position that could not really be handled on a part-time basis. As a matter of fact, that was one of the things that Krista Basu said on the way out the door, that there's too much going on in the legal department and that there was no way that this could be done by, you know, 1.5 lawyers. It really needs to, plus we do need to have outside counsel because there are some niche operations that we really need to go out and consult with others. And again, there's going to be some times, just because, you know, how these things happen, that you have a number of cases going on at the same time, and it just can't be handled by 2 people, for example. So, you know, we're always going to need that. I've seen this over the years that I've been doing this in Gloucester, Beverly, Melrose. It's always been the case that, you know, there are going to be some cycles when you're going to need those outside services because your internal resources just are not sufficient to handle.
And if I may, through the chair, I just want to add, you heard through the city clerk budget, and I want to just advocate for the legal department here too. We've had an extraordinarily high amount of public records requests, and the amount of work that's causing for the clerk's office and the legal office. So they essentially, legal has to review. We have great partnership between the clerk's office, legal, IT. They're kind of the front lines, all the departments who need to pitch in do. But at the end of the day, legal ends up having to go through and review emails for confidential information, what needs to be redacted. And so that's a heavy lift on, it's burdening all the departments. So we're looking at some ways to, you know, to address that. But in the meantime, it's, you know, certainly, as he said, Krishna in the last few months was really open with this administration about the pace and the amount of work in the legal office. And so she's going to Newton where they have 10 lawyers.
Interesting.
Bill, on the public records request, sorry, Jeff. What can we bill the person who's requesting?
Yeah, Joanne is obviously in charge of this, but my understanding is that they get the first 2 hours for free. And then we're allowed to charge them, is it $25 per hour?
Oh,
I don't know, something like that.
So,
And it's,
yeah, you can charge.
it's not much.
You can charge basically the hourly salary of your lowest cost employee.
And this is one of the reasons that you will continuously have us asking counselors to, if they have a constituent who's requesting information, they need to go through the public records request. We need to be tracking how many hours we're spending on it. We need to be tracking what the requests are. We need to be tracking that we're answering the same question the same way, whether it's a city councilor or it's a constituent. It is absolutely vital that everybody submits through the public records portal, because that is the only way that we can really see the impact that this has on our departments. And it's the only way that we can really be sure we're answering people correctly and fairly.
Is this a statewide problem?
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want to blame COVID for everything, but boy, boy, did people start asking for a lot of things over the last couple of years. And Val, I know the President Gilman hears this from the clerk's office often. I mean, yes, it is a statewide problem.
So we should probably be talking to our legislators to get that fee up a little higher.
I believe that she is, and Val might have input on that.
Yeah, so I've asked Joanne to keep working with her city clerks organization to see what they might want to do to rally behind either a home rule petition for different communities or something with our legislation, because it really is unfortunate. It's just so much work for the amount of money that we're getting. So she's been trying to drive that, but I'll continue to work with her and give her suggestions on maybe it's time that we ask her to do a resolution. We could bring it forward to the city council and get Bruce and Ann Margaret to lobby on our behalf. It's a huge responsibility, and some of the requests are just thousands and thousands of documents, sometimes back 25, 30 years. It's really discouraging.
Are our offices subject to penalty if we are not timely in our response to a public records request? Are there penalties associated?
I don't know exactly what they are, but I know, yes, we have to ask for an extension within a certain amount of time if we're not gonna be able to fill it. For example, right now, we're very sensitive to it because we don't have a fully staffed legal department this week. So we're being very, very thoughtful about it. And if we can always, even if we ask for additional time, the requester can deny our request, and then it goes back and forth with the state. It's complicated. And we all agree with the transparency sentiment behind the public records request, but I don't think the realization of what happens on the other end of it for the staff involved is really clear to the public in any way, or even us, right?
Especially where a review is involved and you're trying to protect people's personal data.
The school cases in particular, children's information, obviously.
Yep, yep. And it's kind of interesting that, the body that we have to go to in order to change this has exempted themselves from FOIA action. So, whatever we do, we're going to have to go to the legislator to have the law changed, but the legislator exempts themselves from the law. So how does that work?
Doesn't. Councilor Gross, any further questions?
I think Councilor Worthley had some though.
Okay, Jeff?
Thank you. First of all, John and Jill, I am stunned that this is all we spend on our legal department. Considering the wide range of the kinds of things that could come up between employment law, zoning issues, permitting issues, accidents. I mean, it's just, I'm shocked.
You might point out that some of these costs are covered by our insurance.
So I saw that in there. Where was it? I lost my line here, but do we need more insurance? That's a question. Secondly, does this cover the school department's legal expenses as well?
The school department has an attorney who provides them with very solid information. And in many cases, they will handle their own legal issues. I mean, sometimes there's, a citywide legal issue that develops, and that will always go back to the general counsel's office. But for the most part, if it's a very school-specific issue, then that will be handled by the school's attorney, Naomi Stromberg.
Naomi, yeah.
As far as insurance liability, yeah, what we don't see here is basically co-payments for insurance cover or legal coverage that is covered through our liability insurance, and then that probably comes up to another $50,000 or $60,000 a year.
Do we have a program to train all of our volunteers boards, commissions, all our employees on how to avoid creating legal problems. I'm shocked that we don't have more legal issues right now, and knock on wood we don't, but do we have some program in place? I mean, we're not gonna look at the last administration, for example, but we had some people who were walking lawsuits waiting to happen, and between harassment and those sorts of things, and we don't need to go backwards in time, but do we have some program in place, either through personnel or through the legal department, to train city employees and volunteers on how to, we have our civility ordinance and things like that, but are we doing anything proactively to eliminate issues before they happen?
So the trainings would be through the HR department. And we've received a lot of them at the end of last year. Whether they were quality or not is another question, but we do, obviously, when a new employee comes in, we actually just updated the policy handbook, which is new. There was not a policy handbook handed to me when I started, but Holly and this administration made it a priority. Holly got it approved by the unions and us, and that is in place. So we've got the handbook. Everybody needs to sign off that they've seen it. We've got trainings that happen throughout time. We also have a whole training module, part of that LinkedIn Learning, that people are required to take. Obviously, we have to take our ethics exam. And then an interesting piece of what you asked about boards and commissions, pre-COVID, then Council President Lundberg and I were working to have an in-person meeting, and you may remember this, Councilor Worthley. I think they used to do this for boards, committees, and commissions that included a legal portion of training. Obviously, that didn't happen because we weren't in the same room. The previous administration did attempt to hold one with the chairs of the boards, committees, and commissions. And what I think we learned from that was that it created even additional questions, and that the boards, committees, and commissions would like additional training. So Holly and I have identified one that's offered through the state. So one of us is going to take that and see if that might make sense for our volunteers to take. So wouldn't be found in this budget, would be found in the HR budget within their training line items, but all part of the mayor's initiatives to provide workplace safety, provide the training that's necessary, and help our employees and volunteers feel supported.
So I wish I had thought about that. I didn't know that was in the HR budget that we just did, but I'd just like to lend as much credibility and support I can to education and training and things to avoid a lot of the things that are avoidable because we have such exposure, and I worry about that. I see
Jeff, I think there was 18,500 for training in the HR budget.
Yeah, I wonder if that's enough. And it's just, it's sort of an ounce of prevention. It's worth a pound of medicine, right? So I see here a settlement. We don't need to get into it unless it might be litigation or whatever, but is that a case that is settled, or is that a proposed in case there's settlement? $15,000 line number. It's the last one in this budget. Settlement of claims against the city which are not covered by insurance. Is that a projected 15,000 because we think you just want to be careful and have money in there, or is that a agreed upon judgment and that's our obligation?
No, that's just available if needed. As you can see, if you go all the way over to the left-hand column, the 2021 actual, we didn't spend anything last fiscal year, and this fiscal year to date, we have not spent anything. But we generally put $15,000 a year into this line to be available if necessary.
And that's what we think our cost should be beyond what our insurance already covers.
So, right, if the insurance does not cover it, then this is where we go. And again, in a lot of cases, we want this modest availability because we want to, if we have a settlement pending, we want to get it over with as quickly as we can.
Right. Agreement. Just really light. I'm hopeful and optimistic we won't need it, but just want to draw attention to that. I don't have any further issues. I just want to thank you for going through that. I know it's not easy without having a person from the law department here. So I'll give you credit, John.
Any further question? I make a motion.
One more question.
Sorry?
Wait, I have one more question. The administration before the last one had a contract with Copeland and Page, I think. And the goal was to have them handle all of our legal issues.
Copeland and Page. Yep.
Copeland, sorry. That doesn't exist any longer. Is that correct?
We do not have an agreement with Copeland and Page.
No, we do not. No.
I think there was a conflict there, Jeff, where other parties were using the same services, so there was a conflict.
I'm glad we're not doing that, frankly. Okay, thank you. I'm good.
Seeing no further discussion under Department 151 Law, Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for law as follows. Personal services, $334,298. Ordinary maintenance, $105,000 for a total of $439,298. And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Discussion. Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
and Councillor Memhard. Yes, thank you. Motion passes unanimously, 3-0. And we'll look forward to Suzanne joining us.
He starts Monday.
And good luck on the assistant position. It's as Jeff said, it's nice to know that she's familiar with the ground here. Gives her a real heads up. I have purchasing is the next item. I did see Nancy Papau's here, but purchasing is next.
But John's gonna take purchasing, so if Nancy is
Yeah,
ready.
if Nancy's ready. Maybe we can go out of
Nancy's
order.
always ready. But if she's not,
That is true.
Nancy is always ready.
Okay, so that's the assessor's office,
Yes.
and that is account number
Or 141, page 9.
41, page 9. Thank you, Kenny.
You're welcome.
Welcome, Nancy.
Good afternoon.
How's the view from your subterranean office?
It's excellent, thank you. Can you hear me well enough?
Yes.
All right, so starting with personal services. Basically, any changes from last year to this year are contractual in nature. Under the salary line 511000, you're seeing a slight decrease due to staff changes that were made in calendar year 2021. I have a new hire and an existing employee that was promoted, and the starting salaries were less than what was budgeted for fiscal 22. The other changes in lines 519010 and 519024 are due to eligibility for the sick buyback and sick incentive. So no major differences there. If anyone has any questions about salaries, I'll do my best to answer.
I don't see any, Nancy.
Okay.
Move on to ordinary.
Moving on to ordinary, the first line 530016 is property data services, which relates to valuation services. And the items in this category are for contracted services. Vision Government Solutions is our real property consultant. In RRC is real estate research consultants. That is the personal property consultants that we utilize. There is a slight increase in the cost for Vision this year from last year to this year, and that's under maintenance and support and for the web hosting that's done on the City of Gloucester website. The other item that relates to this category is $30,000 that's typically budgeted separately from the assessor's budget I believe it's in special revenues, and that's for the fiscal 26 certification by the Department of Revenue. Any questions under property data services?
I'd just like to thank you for making the data so easily accessible to everybody through your department's website.
Yes, it's very useful. People are very happy to have it at hand, especially when we're not open. So that's been greatly appreciated by everyone. The other items under ordinary maintenance basically is the same as last year in terms of the budgeted amounts, other than a small increase in supplies, which is 540,000. If there's any other questions under ordinary maintenance, I will certainly answer.
Councilors?
It's pretty straightforward. Thank you, Nancy.
You're welcome.
Councilor
Councilor
Gilman?
Murphy, you're kind of faint in terms of your volume.
Fine.
Yes,
Okay, sorry. Is that better?
yes, thank you.
The committee tends to intimidate Jeff a little bit, and he keeps relatively subdued. Just kidding.
I know you are,
Not
Scott.
that being far from the truth.
I have no questions. Thank you, Nancy.
You're welcome.
Very good. Well, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion with no more ado at this time then. Department 141, Assessors, Budget and Finance Committee moves to recommend that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the assessors as follows. Personal services, $448,960. Ordinary maintenance, $56,403 for a total for the department of $505,363, and I so move.
Second.
Further discussion, questions? Roll call vote. Councilor Gross,
Yes.
Councilor Worthley,
Yes.
Councilor Memhard. Yes, motion passes unanimously 3-0. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy.
Thanks, Nancy.
So John, sorry to keep you waiting.
That's quite all right. That's quite all right. Okay, so purchasing is on page 7.
Are there, no, this new purchasing agent,
Buddy.
have they been notified of the new purchasing? Okay.
Okay, so salary line, as many of you know, Donna Compton, the city's long-term purchasing agent, retired 2 months ago now, I think. February. Well, and so
I thought the position was held by Everett Brown.
You could probably still do the job, actually.
I'm sure he would. Thank you. Well, wishing Donna well.
Yes, so we advertised for the position. Received a number of applications, interviewed the candidates, and in the end, the choice was to promote Stacy Capone, who had been the assistant for 6 years. Stacy has achieved her certification as a certified public purchasing officer, and has kept up with changes in the law, as well as being in contact with the statewide purchasing agents organization. So Stacy has accepted the job, and actually she helped me put this budget together. We sat down. At this point, her former position as assistant is open. We will be posting that probably next week, and see what happens. There has been already some internal questions as to whether the job was going to be available, and it is. So we'll see where that goes. So at this point, basically the proposal for the salary line budget from year to year is flat. We think that actually there may be a little bit of extra in the budget as it currently exists. In the same way, longevity was out there and basically just carried the same year to year, but it's unlikely that will use the entirety of the longevity line. So really there is very little change in total purchasing salaries. Basically just a 0.1% increase from year to year. And probably it will in actuality be a little bit negative. Going on to ordinary maintenance, there are a couple of increases here. Copy machine leases, that's just a regular thing that kind of moves along. We lease many copiers throughout the city. And basically when they come off lease, after 3 to 5 years, the renewal lease is going to be a little bit more as technology keeps changing machines and they can do more and more. I think we have the copy machine in my office, which is relatively new, will actually brush your teeth at certain times. So that is up, and this is basically the machines that are leased throughout on the city side, throughout city offices, are all payable out of this line. Go on to page 8. This is the top line here. The advertising line is a significant increase. And that is primarily because we used to be able to divide our public advertising requirements between the Gloucester Daily Times and the Beacon. As long as we had enough time, we always chose to use the weekly publication of the Beacon because it was a good deal cheaper. Unfortunately, the Beacon is no longer being published. So we are stuck. There is only one venue for us to do our required public advertising, and that is the Gloucester Daily Times. Their rates were considerably higher than the Beacon, and so now I shouldn't say stuck with it, but we only have one option. So we have increased the advertising line considerably for next year because we fully expect that that's what it's going to cost.
Yes, a
Other
question.
than that, a couple of smaller increases in postage and some minor increases in printing and dues and memberships. So really the big drivers within this department are advertising and copier leases for next year. Any questions?
Councilor Worthley.
Yes, this may risk me ever getting the newspaper's endorsement, but I'm not worried about that right now. If we didn't have a newspaper, we were required to advertise in the newspaper of record, what would we do? I don't know. But I think it's safe to say, compared to social media, the newspaper's reach is not what social media is and not what it used to be. And so I wonder, I don't know if this is state law or if it's local law that requires us to pick the newspaper of record, but I question if it's required, it's required, but if it's not, and there's another way to do it, I wonder if we can look into that. It's a lot of money to spend on something that a lot of people don't read. Hate to say it.
And how do communities other than Gloucester deal with this as local community newspapers fold or are consolidated? There must be some precedent for dealing with this that other municipalities are facing. Following up on Jeff's point.
I actually saw on the MMA website that they were looking at, a group of legislators are looking at this as a bill. But it's basically something that is, I'm quite sure is in the charter.
State law, open meeting law.
Okay, so it's state law, but that MMA is trying to look into this for the very reasons that Jeff brought up.
But I think that would, until the Gloucester Times goes away, that's not going to help us.
Right.
So,
So
so
that
that,
won't affect this budget.
Nope.
I think something we should
No.
raise as we go along is there another way to do it legally? And of course, I think we all support open meeting laws and advertising and getting people at our meetings. I think we've all done that. But it's a lot of money to spend on something that a lot of people don't read. So we can move on from there though.
Councilor Gross?
yes, on the phone services, 534007. I am assuming that those are the landlines.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, and then on the lease for the copiers, is in the lease, is there included a maintenance, so many visits or so many pages, you get free maintenance calls, or is that on top of it?
If it's under lease, then generally, yes, the maintenance is included in the lease payment.
And this 16,080 is for all the city departments, copiers?
I can't say all, but many,
I think City Hall, at least.
at least City Hall and probably many others. There are some specialty copiers in engineering and DPW, which are not part of this.
And you'll see some copy lease in IT also, I know that because when I started as ComDev director, it was under ComDev, and James and I worked together to bring as many together as possible, so.
Okay, all right, that's it.
Seeing no further questions, I'll go ahead and make the motion. Department 138, purchasing. Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriation for purchasing as follows. Personal Services, $173,049, and ordinary maintenance, $222,180, for a total budget of $395,229, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Is Stacy going to move across the hall, or is she going to keep her office where it was?
She is going to be
determined.
moving. She's going to be moving across the hall. Yes.
Otherwise, how do you hear
Very
all the
good.
conversations in the boys' room?
Motion's been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councilor Gross?
Yes,
Exactly. Councilor Worthley?
always
Yes.
know there's ears in there.
I voted yes.
We heard you.
Councilor? Yes?
I don't think Scott heard me. Yes.
And Councilor, we're talking about what you can hear from the men's room, but Councilor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. I'm always conscious that that's a high traffic area, reduced somewhat now that the building is handicapped, accessible, and guidance in terms of the traffic in and out down there. But the men's room are few and far between in City Hall at this point, at least the access without the old stairway. So motion passes unanimously for purchasing.
Try to avoid that bathroom, frankly.
Okay. And good luck to Stacy. That's wonderful. So Kenny, I think you're up next, if you don't mind.
Yes, absolutely. Department 135, page 5 for auditor. So we're a 4-member office. We have a new general ledger accountant. Her name is Saskia Nugent. She started on May 2nd, and thank you, Councilor Memhard, for assisting us in that process.
I think a great asset to your department, Kenny, and she'll look forward to working with you all.
Absolutely. She's been a great addition. She's already off to a great start assisting us. And we've already started with Munis training, and then we also received an upgrade, this week with the upgrade of Munis. So, we're all learning right now with Munis and, with the upgrade. So as far as personal services, the total increase is 0.9, percent. So it's pretty flat. The typical, the longevity, these are all contractual. The sick buyback, there's a small decrease of about $165. The sick incentive of $1,200 is 0% increase. So for total personal services, 0.9% increase, less than 1%. So if anybody has any questions, I'll move on to ordinary maintenance.
I have a question on personnel. Can you explain to me what the school accounting services
Yes.
stipend is?
Yep. So that's something that we did discuss with the school, in particular, school business office with Gary. We provide all the accounting services, for the school as far as, journal entries, setting up budgets, for grants, also for the general fund, and then also helping out on the grant compliance as well, working with the outside auditors, and also with the end of year report. We provide support, and for years, we did provide that support, but, it's a tough labor market right now, and we're trying to retain staff. So this is something that I talked to Gary a couple of years ago. So they're assisting us with the audit. So with that, we were able to include a school accounting services stipend of $12,000, and that goes to the assistant auditor.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So on to ordinary. The largest increase that I have in ordinary is for the OPEB report, which is other post-employment benefits. It's under GASB 7475. This is not accounting services. So this is, it's actuarial services. And we do need this report for the audit. It's a required report for the audit. And each year it varies in price. So since it's a full valuation, it's $22,000. You may recall last year it was $3,500. So that's the reason. So each year, so next year we'll need a interim report. And right now we have a RFP on the street for these services. So we're hopeful that this amount will cover that this will be enough. Because, with inflation and just hopefully there won't be any surprises. So that's the big increase in purchase services. And then the remainder of the items are all 0% increase. The biggest also as far as dollar wise is the accounting and the audit. This is for the audit of the annual audit of the city. This is the general fund portion. You will see in water and sewer, also a portion of the audit being paid out of there. And then also grants as well are also contribute to the audit. The total audit is $76,000, but $39,682 is the general fund portion, which comes out of my department. We also, as part of the audit, there is a department review. So in the past, we've gone down to the harbor master's office. I know we've done the beaches a couple of times for beach parking. We've been down to the police department. So that's something that we were able to add on to the audit contract. So we're looking, hopefully now with, post-COVID, we'll be able to get back to that. I know also to part of the parking, report that was also paid, a portion of it was paid out of this annual review. So we've definitely tried to, stretch, try and get good value and stretch the services through this audit line. And that's all I have for ordinary, if there's any questions.
And this is kind of something I've written on the bottom of many of the, do you guys get any reimbursement for your personal cell phones? Because there's no cell phones in these, you know, and IT only has themselves, Board of Health, Community Development, Shellfish, Inspectional Services, and the Mayor's Office. So most departments don't have cell phones. Do you guys get reimbursed, and where would that come out of?
I personally, I do not get reimbursed for my cell phone.
Okay.
I'm not sure, some do, some don't, but I don't.
If I may, it's one of the reasons we ask that city councilors do not contact people on their personal cell phones unless
Right.
it's an absolute emergency.
Right. I mean, we do see it in some of the budgets where there is the reimbursement, but that's one of the reasons I asked, was that most departments don't have city cell phones or reimbursement. So, okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll make a motion for Department 135, City Auditor. Budget and Finance recommends that the City Council approve the fiscal year 2023 appropriations for the City Auditor as follows: Personal Services, $366,279. Ordinary Maintenance, $68,877, for a total of $435,156, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously, 3-0. Thank you very much, Kenny.
Thank you.
CPA.
The next item is under tab 4, community preservation.
Department 193.
Yes. With those various departments, 193 is community preservation, 172 is open space, 183, or we can call it just Fund 4500.
So are we going through the revenue side on this too, Kenny?
Yes. Yep. So I'll start off with revenues. So typically what we do is we take on, so the largest is the CPA tax, a surcharge tax, which is 1%. And that amount last year was 680,000. So typically what we do is we account for Prop 2.5. So we increase that by 2.5%. So that's how we get from the 680,000 to the 697,000. The second biggest revenue number is the CPA match. And I know this is something I've talked to the BNF committee before, and also to Councilor Memhard, that we only receive the first funding of matching funds from the state, and the matching funds that comes from the Registry of Deeds, all the real estate transactions. So some other communities, you may see that they do receive additional funds, like for example, like the town of Rockport, they do receive additional CPA funds, but that's because they're at the 3% level. So they do receive an additional second and third round of funding for community preservation. So I just wanted to let the committee know that. And we're very conservative when it comes to community preservation. I recall about 10 years ago, talking to different communities about community preservation and budgeting for the state match, or even in general for community preservation. The one thing that I constantly heard over and over and over again was to be conservative. With community preservation, because if we're too aggressive, then we'll have a deficit if we overspend, and that would be an issue. So For fiscal year 23, we budgeted 126,300. And what we've done is we're accounting for about a 17.2% match of funds. So we just feel like we're hopeful, obviously we'll receive more and not less. I did go back and I did look at, so a year ago, we did receive 28%. So I did go back to fiscal year 2011, 17.2% is the lowest that we received. So that's why I feel pretty comfortable with that number. And obviously hopeful that we do receive additional funds. We do receive more. So just to give you an idea, last year we received 28%, which accounted for $203,000. And we also do receive interest from those funds. So we budgeted $3,200 for that. And then also too, we do receive money for penalties and interest on those taxes for late payments. So we're budgeting $1,500 for that amount. We feel that's conservative. So it's for a total of $828,000 for community preservation revenue. So if anybody has any questions on revenue.
Mr. Chairman,
Councilor Worthley.
could I just ask a few general questions to kind of understand this a little bit? So the electorate voted for 1% charge. Other cities and towns are 2, some are 3. If we were to.
Or 0.
Or 0. We
Yes.
actually voted against it the first time, unfortunately.
First 2 times.
I didn't know it was 2 times. All right. So if we were to advocate to go up, I'm not sure now's the time or the place to do that, but that's another election, correct? It's not something that the city can decide on what percentage. That's another election, right? If we were to get more from locally, do we get more of a higher match from the state?
Yes.
Okay. Obviously for this budget cycle, none of that's applicable. How much money have we not spent? Or how much money, I'm sorry, is in the account at the moment?
So how much money is available in the fund?
Yeah.
I mean, it's an ongoing amount. Typically, I want to say the last time I looked at it, which was earlier this month, I believe there was a little bit over $1 million in the community preservation fund. And I know that they're going through a round of applications, through a round of funding at this time. And this is the typical cycle. You will see in the fall, you will see some recommendations from the CPC and the mayor's office to the city council. And then as Councilor Memhard knows, at that time, there'll be a review at the Budget and Finance Committee of those projects for appropriation to the city council for
We did that
approval.
once already this year. I think it might have been early January or February. We had a number of.
Oh, yes.
Come through. Just so I understand, if we don't spend the money, we don't lose it, right? It can accrue. for
It
years.
stays in the fund. It rolls in perpetuity.
Okay. So the $3,200 in interest, that's based on a number that's changing, right? Based on what's in the account, I'm guessing. What is our interest rate that we're getting on that?
I would say it's definitely less than 1%. John can.
Yeah, it's a fraction of 1%.
Yes.
So like
Not a lot.
0.15 at this point.
Yeah, and we're restricted on how we can invest those funds.
Mhm. So I would never be in a position to work on this in terms of conflicts of interest. So I just want to be clear that it's not my objective here. But there are 1-year rates now that are guaranteed that are 3.2%. I saw this morning. Now you need the money available in less than a year, but I wonder if there's some formula where say we're getting 0.5%. Can we, again, it's probably not today, but can we have that conversation? Well, where else can we go? Or is that already an ongoing process that happens through all of our accounts? I don't know. I want to learn that.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that I think John could talk further about. But I mean, with community preservation, We'll collect the funds in one fiscal year, and then in this next fiscal year, we're appropriating those monies, and then those monies are then being put into separate accounts and available to be spent down. So I don't know what is as far as like locking up those funds, because a lot of these funds are being collected and then they're going right back out.
Right.
So, and then we do have off-cycle, projects as well. So, I don't think really this is the fund that these funds can be locked up for for a longer period of time. Because if we do that, then then that probably would restrict some of the money that we've been being appropriated. So I don't think we would want to do that. But if John wants to add more to that.
Yeah, no, Kenny's right. I mean, that's, in a case like this, I don't think we really want to get into a position where we're locking up funds for 6 months or a year and a half. Having said that, there is probably some core amount out there that would pretty much stay from year to year. But it's really only recently that interest rates have started to move. And, even though I get calls weekly from banks, I haven't been a fan of chasing around for fractions of a percent. By the time I do the deal and sign all the paperwork associated with the CD, we lost money.
Yeah. In my business, I see 3.2, 3.3. This is a different conversation for a different day.
Yes.
And just to be clear, I would never personally be the person getting that money. I don't want to get anybody thinking that I'm trying to generate income for me for being an agent that does that. But I just know that there's options for higher rates at some point.
We appreciate your professional perspective on that.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. I think I want to say we should be trying as a council separately from this process to talk about 2% and 3%.
Start your referendum, Jeff. I wasn't a fan of this in the beginning, but because the state promised 50% and hasn't performed at all. That was the big selling point when this.
So
was
the contribution was up to that rate in the 40s and 50s, but it has gone down. More and more communities like Boston have gotten on board.
We've
But
never
again,
seen it. This is the highest we've seen, right?
Last year was
28%.
up significantly due to the real estate tax transactions at the registry.
But Kenny, didn't you say 28% was the highest we've seen?
No, so last year was 28%. The highest we've seen is 2014 at 52%.
Oh, wow.
But that was because there was a savings in the state budget, and they took the savings out of the state budget and added that to community preservation. That wasn't because of real estate transactions. That was just because of savings in the budget. And I know there's been a lot of people advocating for additional funds for community preservation. So they were looking to do that. The lowest it's been 17.2. The highest is 52. I would say the average is somewhere around about 25%. If I'd have to say the average is about 25. But we went with 17.2. With inflation, and we're just not really sure where the housing market's going to go. I just thought going with 17.2 that is a good conservative number, since that was the lowest. We just thought that was a good number. And typically the state does provide guidance, and this year I haven't heard a word. I haven't heard anything. I've asked a lot of my colleagues. They haven't provided any guidance. I think the state's not sure. They really don't want to provide any guidance on this right now. I think also too, as Scott alluded to, that there's additional communities like Boston. There's a lot of bigger communities like Medford that just recently entered into. So it's shrinking. Because I recall in the 90s, the town of Sudbury, they would collect $1 million, and the match was 1-to-1, and they would receive $1 million. I think those days are long gone. I don't see that ever coming back.
Rich getting richer.
But as Councillor Worthley and Councillor Gross have both recognized, I think we deserve gratitude to John Bell and his administration for successfully passing this Community Preservation Act for Gloucester, even at the 1%. I know I've urged consideration of a higher rate so we would qualify for a larger contribution from the state, which our neighbor Rockport enjoys. But for everybody's information, the Community Preservation Committee or Community Preservation Act is a very informative website which compares all communities within Massachusetts in terms of their contributions and their rates and what they've earned, what they've generated for revenue through this program. And it's, if you have a moment, it's a very interesting dig.
Yeah, it took 3 election cycles to get this through.
And we're glad to benefit from it today.
And one of the reasons, and I see, we've got 6,400 about interest, but we have this year, there's $1 million to spend and we have $2 million worth of requests. So this is sort of like a checkbook. It's not an investment. This is your running account of your household. This is not, your savings bank. So I think that we, just need to recognize that.
I understand that now, but thank you.
Any further discussion?
I'll move next into the expenditure side.
Yep.
So on the expenditure side, so part of community preservation, we have to set aside 10% to open housing. So Department 172, that's the 10%, the 82,800. Department 183 for community housing, we're setting aside 10%, 82,800. And again, this is just the 10%, just the minimum. You will not see historic preservation reserve, where with the debt service, that takes care of the 10% for that requirement, setting aside a 10%.
Due to the City Hall commitment?
The City Hall, yep, for the debt service payment, which the last year will be in 2025. So we do have about 3 years left of payments.
To pay for the next City Hall restoration.
Yes. In Department 193, that's the administration component. So administration, they're capped at 5% of the total budget. So if you take 828,000 times that by 5%, there's your 41,400. And that can be spent in any of those 3 categories, whether salaries, longevity, and other expense. Like I've seen in the past, I've seen signage come out of this account. Also, the public hearing, with newspaper advertisements. So that comes out of this account as well. So we're capped at the 5%, the 41.4, but that can be spent in any of those 3 categories, obviously related to the community preservation committee. The next section is the historic preservation for the debt service. So for the City Hall, for Department 194, that's the 196,725. That's for City Hall for the restoration. And then on the next page is just the remainder. So just the remainder is 424,275 for your total of 828,000. That's all I have on the expenditure side, if anybody has any questions.
I do. Kenny, when you talk, so on the housing, so we're adding that twice, right? So it's 164,000 for housing, correct?
No, it's 82,800. So out of the 828,000 total, we're taking 10%,
right,
and putting that into the community housing reserve. So that 82,800 will be available later. So if there's any projects related to community housing in the next round of community preservation projects, that money is being set aside for community housing, being added on to the amount that's already in the reserve in the account.
So all 3 of these numbers are just one number.
No, so we have, so there's 3 categories. Open space, 82,800, that's the 10%. So that's for open space. It's being added on to the existing account. Community housing, same thing, 82.
Okay. Oh, okay.
It's
Got it.
different. So the different categories.
So the two bottom numbers on page 2 there are the open space and the housing.
Yes.
Okay. Now also, and this is probably for Jill and John, and just because I'm a little particular, in the salaries line item, we have, nothing. And I know that there are salaries that are going to be required, whether or not it's, recording secretary, or whatever. And also there's got to be some administrative work that needs to be done. And I don't know, where would we transfer this money out into community development, or how would this happen? Or do we want to transfer money into the salary account here and back charge it, or what do we? Because we don't have any personnel here.
So the 41.4, that it can be used in any of those 3 categories. It can be used for salaries, longevity, or other expense. So you can take that, it's like the school budget. You can take the whole, it's like a bottom line, it's 41.4. You can spend that all in salaries if you would.
I understand that. I was just wondering how they were gonna manage it.
Okay.
So yes, Counselor, I mean, if we decided to use it, it would be, somewhat in the same manner as we saw with some other departments where a particular employee is funded both from, for example, a general fund and a grant. So, for example, if we were to hire somebody and part of their responsibility would be for CPA support, then we would certainly charge a portion of their salary here.
So Counselor, we, in community development, was the grants administrator, Jamie Corliss, was staffing CPA until she left and came back. But before she actually left, we were moving those responsibilities over to the project manager. So in the grants department in ComDev, there's like the project manager would be part of their jobs funded through CPA, part is through CDBG. And those usually, I think it's those 2 main grants, but yeah, so they will in their payroll codes hit that line item.
So when we go to community development, will we see an offset?
You won't even see the project. You won't even see, yes. So you will see, like you saw in some of the other departments, certain percent grant funded, certain percent general fund funded, but most of both the project managers over there are fully grant funded. So you won't,
You won't even see it.
you won't even.
Won't
see
even
it.
see them because they're grant funded. But part of their pay will come out of this. Will we have to, will we, so because it's going into salaries, so we're never going to see this. It's not going to have to come for a transfer for us.
No, because it's available now, as Kenny said, we can use
Right.
it for.
Yeah.
So it goes right through payroll.
You can use it for any of those items.
Yep.
Now the other expenses, that would be ordinary, right? That it's in there. Oh, no, that's administration. So I guess, well, it could be ordinary on administration side, paper.
Yeah. So it
pencil.
is, the signs that you see at a CPA
Yeah,
project
yeah,
pays for that
yeah,
too.
yeah. Okay. All right. Very good.
Anyone else? Counselor Worthley, Counselor Gilman?
Very well
Okay.
said. Thank you.
In that case, I would make the motion that Budget and Finance Committee votes to recommend to the City Council to approve the Community Preservation Fund fiscal year 2023 revenues in the amount of $828,000. And I so move.
Second.
Further discussion?
It's expenditures, not revenue.
I'm doing,
Oh, you're doing the first one. Sorry.
expenditures to follow in a second.
Got it.
Roll call vote, Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard, yes, motion passes unanimously. And as Counselor Gross was pushing me towards, Budget and Finance would like to also move to recommend that the City Council approve the Community Preservation Fund fiscal year 2023 expenditures in the amount of, again, $828,000 as follows. Open Space Reserve, $82,800. Community Housing Reserve, $82,800. Historic Preservation Reserve is currently at $0. Administration is at $41,400. Debt Service Historic Preservation City Hall is $196,725. Excuse me, $196,725. And the General Reserve is $424,275 for a total of $828,000. And I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Motion been made and seconded. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard, yes. And we wish the Community Preservation Committee wise and well as they move forward, but their budget is approved unanimously.
I just have one more item, Councilor Memhard, for the revolving funds. Could I?
If you insist, Kenny, we see Ryan there as sort of the taste of the end of the day.
Yeah, he's early. He's 45 minutes early.
Well, I can move quickly.
No, take your time.
I'm not sure, Sherry, could you allow me to share the screen? Because maybe that might be quicker. And
You're all
please
set,
don't-
Kenny,
Please
to
don't
share.
boot me off because I've been booted off in the past.
You're all set to share.
Thank you.
Sorry to get ahead of you there, Scott, on the last one.
Not at all, no. Sherry provided me with a template. I'm just following her guidance.
You got the cheat sheet.
It just has to correlate with all the numbers.
Can everybody see my screen?
Nope.
No, we see a strip. Narrow strip.
I see pass and Padge. There you go, better.
Yep, revolving funds and
Okay.
Boston Public Schools.
There we go.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I had two screens. I wasn't sure which screen. Okay, so we have 3 sets of different revolving funds. I'll go over the first one, which is the school department revolving fund. So this is fiscal year 23. So these are the revolving funds: summer school program, transportation, ROTC, preschool, professional development, non-residential student tuition in the West Parish before school program. These are just the spending limits. So this is under chapter 4453E.5. So this is just the authorization of spending limit for each program. If we do hit that spending limit, then we would have to come in front of you, or the school department would have to come in front of you, ask for authorization to increase the amount. I did talk to Gary from the school yesterday regarding these accounts. I mean, right now, a lot of these accounts, the balances, these are pre-COVID balances. Like I can tell you, like, for example, like the preschool, the 150, that would be probably about right. My understanding, pre-COVID, the participation was about 112 students, and I think it's slowly starting to come back. I think a year ago it was 60 preschoolers, and I think this year it's about 80 preschoolers. So I think I'm at a point, I think I'd like to keep the spending limits the same, and perhaps, in the next year or two, maybe start, if that's the new trend, or if that's the new one, we can start decreasing some of these amounts. But I think through also, I said, with conversation with Gary, I think we'd like to keep the amounts the same.
And that is on the preschool, that's for tuition students.
Correct. So
not the special education.
No. So just to go back, so revolving funds, these are programs that are fee-based. So, for the preschool program, so the students, so there is a tuition that's being paid. So essentially with revolving funds, it's dollar in, dollar out. These aren't, designed to, make profit, not to make money. These are just designed, the fee is designed just to run the program. So that's what this, so typically there's a fee, and that fee is paid and is deposited into the account. And then the expenses, it could be vendor expenses or it could be salaries associated with that program.
And do these have to be spent down to zero by?
No. So these revolving funds, they're continuous in perpetuity. So this is something you'll see annually. It's just an annual authorization of the dollar amounts.
I think we heard Phil Sanborn speaking previously under inspectional services about the vacant building fee. Is shown here in the outgoing account 3117, vacant building $80,000 balance.
So councilors, do you want to vote each? So there's three different types of revolving funds. Do you want to vote the school now? And then I can go on to the next one, or do you want me to just go through all three now?
Have you keep going, Kenny, and then I'll come back after you and make the motions.
Sounds good. So the next set, these are the city revolving funds. Again, these are the spending limit, similar to what you saw there with the school. So these are all revolving funds with the fee. The only changes that we have is the building use. We did decrease that from a year ago, it was 70,000 to 60,000. And the only other program that we did remove was the dental center. In my understanding, on July 1, the dental center will no longer be operating. So we did remove the dental center from this list. Everything else, all the amounts are the same. Again, a lot of these amounts are pre-COVID. So over the next couple of years, we'll be looking at them, perhaps maybe making adjustments downwards. Again, these are just spending limits. These aren't, this is just up to, so think of it this way, it's up to this dollar amount that you're authorizing for them to spend. And the last.
Kenny, quick question. How do they get populated? Through fees, right?
Correct. So they're populated through fees. Again, the spending limit, what we do is we look at a trend. I typically look at a 3 to 5 year trend of what's being spent. And also, like, it's a dollar in, dollar out. So what we do is at the end of the year, there's a budget. At the end of the year, we make sure that the account is in good standing. If not, we contact the department and we'll let them know, look, are you waiting on a fee? Is there some revenue that's coming in? And unfortunately, there's been times in the past we have had issues with some, as far as collecting fees. So when something like that does happen, we do put a freeze on the fund, on the account, until it's been corrected.
Does it also go the other way, Kenny? Are there funds that may over time accrue an outstanding balance that increases above and beyond the spending limits?
We do see some funds that they do grow. I have noticed that with the vacant building, that has increased over the years. And typically I've been only, we've been only, I mean, if we do need to increase it in the future, I mean, we could, but again, with the expenditures, just the annual amount that we've been spending, it looks like 80,000 would be sufficient. But if something did come up during a year and vacant building needed to be increased, there is funds available to do that.
Now, the administration could also increase the percentage that they charge against the vacant building account for the, in their inspectional services personnel account, correct?
I know, so anything out of these revolving funds would have to be charged to these funds. So like, for example, the vacant building is Fund 3117. So this is totally separate from the inspectional services account or that department budget that you saw earlier today. So this is totally outside of the general fund. So it's its own fund, its own account. It has its own revenues and expenditures. And anything left at the end of the year, it just rolls into the next year. But it's totally separated, totally segregated. So if there was a salary that salaries that need to be charged for the vacant building, it would be charged to this account.
Right, that's what I'm saying, is if that account went into over a higher amount, right now, the administration charges 50% against that account for the inspector. So they could go to 60%.
Yes,
Correct.
yeah, if the vacant building, if they're, during the year, if their activities in vacant building increase, the workload increases, yes, they can charge to this account.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And the last item we have is the school food service revolving fund. We're looking at fiscal year 23, we're looking at 1.2 million or 1,236,223. The amount in the previous year was 1,197,614. There's an increase of 38,609. And what we do is this is something that I know was an issue years ago. The school food service revolving fund was in a deficit. And this is something I had actually recommended at the time to the school business manager and also school food service director to have a budget. So something that we can, we can follow so that we can see whether the accounts, they're within budget, and also to create purchase orders at the beginning of the year. Because for a long time, this account was in a deficit. I know it was a major issue when I first got here, but it's doing very well now, especially Martha Jo. She's doing a great job. They're running this program.
Yeah, she was a game changer.
Yes, I agree. So, that's all I have. And Councilmember Hart, I would say there's no need to read each revolving fund. I would just say, as presented, to save time.
Yep. Okay. So under revolving funds and food service, the first motion is to recommend that the city council continue acceptance of statute Mass General Law 44, Chapter 4453E, and 1/2 school department revolving funds for fiscal year 2023 as specified. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 accounts as listed with a spending limit specified, shown in our schedule, and I move acceptance.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Roll call vote. Councillor Gross,
Yes.
Councillor Gilman, Councillor Worthley,
Yes.
Councillor Memhard, yes. Motion passes unanimously. Vote of 3-0. The second is a motion to recommend that the city council authorize the city to establish revolving funds for certain city departments under Mass General Law, Chapter 4453E, and 1/2 for fiscal year 20, beginning July 1st, 2022, with specific receipts credited to each fund, the purpose for which each fund may be spent, and the maximum amount that may be spent from each fund for the fiscal year as specified. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 accounts noted in the schedule, and I move.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Roll call vote, Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
Counselor Memhard, yes. And the third and final motion relating to this is the fiscal year 2023 school food service revolving fund. And Budget and Finance folks votes to recommend a city council acceptance or appropriation of $1,236,223 for the fiscal year 2023 operating costs of the Gloucester School Gloucester School Food Service Program, and $1,236,223 for estimated receipts from fees charged to users of the service provided by the Gloucester Food Service Program in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, 53E, and I so move.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded. Discussion. Roll call vote. Counselor Gross,
Yes.
Counselor Worthley,
Yes.
and Counselor Memhard, yes. I'll take a school lunch plate on that one. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors.
Anything else for us there, Kenny?
That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilor Memhard, I don't want to keep Ryan Knowles waiting, but can we have a 2-minute stretch?
Yes.
Seventh inning.
Kenny, I just want to confirm cherry sheet assessments, special reserves, regional voc, pension, and OPEB. Are those, have we covered those?
Those are going to be next week, Council.
That's next week.
So we're going to bump those items to next week's meeting. Very good. Counselor Worthley had requested a brief recess before we get into the IT department. Without objection, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you. Sorry.
You'll leave Ryan sitting on the edge of his chair.
Yeah, I have nothing to do, so, you know. I'm just-
Yeah, right. You're the best multitasker amongst all of us.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councilor Worthley.
I was able to get a little work done in between. Imagine that. Scott, I noticed we have an attendee whose name is attendee. I don't know if that's a mistake or if that person is trying to get on or if they need to be identified differently. I've never seen that before.
They're an attendee, not a panelist.
Right, but their name is attendee, which is a little odd to me.
It's how they name themselves. That's what I guess. They were on this morning too.
Were they? Not all the time. I didn't see them at the beginning.
Yeah, and they weren't at the end either.
Anonymity. I think it's probably Safathia watching.
I want to make a comment. but-
No, best not.
I don't see Jill back with us yet. Oh, yes, you are. Well, I think we can go ahead and pick back up where we were, if you don't mind. We have Ryan Knowles, our IT director, and we're here to discuss budgetary review for Department 155, Management Information Services, which is on page 18 of the budget book. Ryan, I think the floor is yours if you are ready for us.
Yeah. So I guess one, I think that, as Scott introduced, I believe we've called management information systems, better known as the IT department. We, as you know, I think we are the one of the primary, or if the only department that actually really just serves internally across the city. We primarily serve the other city departments to facilitate their work. Obviously, we do have some kind of external facing roles, just website, and then probably more in recent years, having to do with some things like the online permitting, as well as this year, the exciting launch tomorrow of our beach parking system, online beach stickers. Yeah. Still a little road to go, but we're there. What's that?
Do you need us to faux test also, or what?
No, I think it'll be all right. We've been testing it all day. And so again, our department is primarily and heavily focused internally, supporting the internal staff. We field usually per year in the general vicinity of 3,500 to 4,200 help desk tickets across the course of the year. And that's with a staff of myself and 3 others. So that you can do the math, it's a substantial number of tickets to deal with, because some of those tickets take us 5 minutes and some of those tickets might take us a good part of a day. We have a production data center, which you may or may not know that we have. It's at Gloucester High School. It is the hub of most everything that happens internally at the city. We have with server infrastructure, we have storage infrastructure and networking infrastructure that are kind of concentrated there. We also support roughly 85 miles of fiber optic network, which some of you may have saw my announcements a couple of weeks ago that we had a resident cut outside of his house and take out half the city in terms of the connectivity. So that is also under our purview, as are the phones, as are a number of different areas that have to do with communications and the transfer information from place to place within the city. And I think that's reflected in the budget. It's reflected in I think that Gloucester has done historically a good job of funding their municipal IT department. It is not a cheap venture. Equipment is very expensive. Support on that equipment is expensive. We strive to replace roughly 20 to 25% of our end user computers every single year, which is aggressive, but it allows us to be ahead of the curve in ensuring that people have the equipment that they need, and that the equipment is not getting excessively old, it's not getting outdated, we don't end up with security loopholes and those sort of pieces. And one big initiative this year and in past years, especially with COVID, has been to move our workforce away from kind of the big heavy desktop computers toward modular setups where there's a laptop dock, and people like monitors. I like a large monitor, but also to have the capability of, I hope we never have to say this again, but no one come in tomorrow, something terrible's happened. to pick up your laptop, bring it home, and be able to get in. You know, the final piece that I did want to just mention too is that we are also responsible for all the cybersecurity across the city, which is a daunting task, I will say, because it is the vulnerabilities are manifold, they're constant. I have a, you know, my daily email load dealing with vulnerabilities is roughly 180 emails per day, dealing with various vulnerabilities across our systems. And this goes all the way from the controllers on the for the water treatment plants, all the way up to things like our production servers, phone controllers, these kind of pieces. And so we do everything from monitor the antivirus on every person's endpoint computer, all the way up to updating our core infrastructure, ensuring that our switches, our networked components, our servers, our storage is both secure, up to date. We just replaced our firewall, which is our primary security appliance this year, and as well as ensuring that those things are not going end of life, that there aren't components on them that are ready to fail, those kind of pieces. So a large amount of responsibilities with a trim staff, as I'll put it.
Yes.
And I'm glad to run through any. I don't want to belabor any particular pieces in the budget, but I'm also glad to go through any points. One particular request that I really am requesting this year really has to do with staffing, because as I said, I think that the city has done an excellent job funding the infrastructure, the hardware, those pieces. One thing that I have been faced with this year is just having enough people to do everything that needs to be done. My team is incredibly dedicated. They're probably sick of me walking into the office over there and saying, hey, I have a new project for you guys, because their list of projects is already the length of the wall, and I just write it on the bottom, and we begin to work on it. But it is challenging sometimes. We have a really dedicated staff, but also a staff that sometimes is stretched very thin. There are days, especially this week, we did a large scale cut over our whole financial enterprise resource platform, and we ended up unexpectedly being down one member of my team due to the illness du jour, and so we were stretched very thin. On Monday, I think that I drove to all of the fire stations, to DPW. I was at the high school for a little while. I was in my office for half an hour, ended up at the Harbor Master Council on Aging, and that was reflected also in the other analysts. So I think my request, that I really had this year was for someone that I would call a tier 1 support specialist. One thing that I've identified in my time is that sometimes some of the work that some of my other analysts do, as well as myself, ends up being very expensive for the city, frankly. Sometimes going to plug in keyboards, making sure that an application is installed in someone's computer, helping someone set up a Zoom link, Zoom meeting. These are not things that we necessarily expect that everyone's just going to know how to do. But on the other hand, sometimes when I am setting up a Zoom meeting, I sometimes look back and I say, boy, that was a very pricey hour for the city right there that I spent doing that. So in some ways, I would love to have someone that is focused on training, that is focused on what I would call tier 1 application support, and working specifically on some of the kind of what I would call, the lower hanging fruit, to free up the time for my other analysts to work on projects that are more involved, that require more
Ryan,
technical.
you mean like helping Councillor Gilman figure out how to turn the volume on her computer?
Oh, I am always available to help Councillor Gilman turn on her volume.
We all need that help at one time or another.
So that in particular, in terms of my salaries line, the technical support specialist, the one that's listed as 75% funded, that is a new position. All of the remaining ones are existing positions, so none of those are anything new. And when I said 75% funded, as part of kind of trying to meet the city's fiscal responsibilities, that's in conversation with John and Jill, that's a position that I agreed that we can hold until October to hire for. And so, I think that I look at this as give and take. I want to be respectful. I don't, I want to, I'm requesting the resources that I need, but I also, respect very much that every penny in my budget is not magical money that just appears one day, that it comes from the people that you represent, your constituents, their tax dollars. So so that is one particular kind of notable addition in all the personal services or salary lines. I don't know if we want to kind of move section by section. If you have any specific questions about that, I'm glad to field them or answer them.
Councilor Worthley has it up.
Sure. Oh, Scott, you froze. Can everyone hear me though?
I can hear you.
Okay. Ryan, firstly, I hope you know this, and if you don't know it, I want to say it repeatedly. I think you're the biggest star in our city in terms of city employees, and you have my respect professionally and personally. I cannot imagine that all this gets done with 4 or 3.5 employees, or whatever the number is. It's 4 employees. So a lot of credit to you for that. I'm just checking, make sure you guys can hear me, because Scott's still frozen.
Yes, that seemed like it disappeared, but I can hear you. Yep.
So again, I'm wowed, I'm impressed. I also want to ask you, what's our backup plan, right? I don't mean just backing up technology, but from a service standpoint, you go down, Ryan, we're in trouble. And that's a compliment, but it's also a concern. You can tell I work in insurance business, and I'm always thinking, what's the plan if you're down for the count? And obviously you've got 3 other employees that can help, but they can't do what you do. Do we have a company that backs up from a service standpoint? Do we have a pool of people that we're cross-training? And I say this with as a compliment, that what you do is irreplaceable. And if the system goes down and you're down at the same time, we're in trouble.
Yeah, so there are a couple of what I would call contingency plans. I mean, any of the people in my department currently, the current group is all cross-trained. So I mean, we have, I would call, functional desired areas that we work in. We have the areas that we're better in than one another, but I never want to have, obviously, a situation where one person is not there and then all of a sudden something happens and then someone says, oh, I don't know, Brian's the only one who knows how to do that. I don't know, I guess we're in trouble here. So I'm that in kind of first level, I guess, wise is critical to me, and that's something that I kind of always work really hard toward. On a kind of second level, there's actually a specific line item. It's later on in the budget. It is, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find the particular line where it is. There it is. It's in, it's 530000. It's under professional technical. It's data modernization and technical consultants. So that is a line item that I use. We have some really, really adept technical consultants in a company that's actually based in Burlington. They were my predecessor, James Pope, had contracted with them. I've continued to, because they are top of the line. They do, there are, believe it or not, there are things that I either do not know how to do, or I do, but they will take me 6 hours. And so there are people that I can pay for an hour of someone's time and have them do it in 1 hour. And that's a way, way better deal than me taking 6 and breaking it and then having to call them and have them fix it anyway. So there are really trusted technical consultants. That line item typically has a lot of cushion in it. And I, have usually explained it to John and past councils as that is a rainy day fund that I hope I never have to use. But if we do, I don't want to have to come and spend 2 weeks asking people for funds to do that. So yeah, so that is a big backup plan right there that we have. They know our environment in and out. They have access to it. They don't need to ask me. They have signed a contract with us. They understand. Security standpoint, etc.
And everyone on staff knows how to reach them if you're not around.
They do.
Right?
They do. Yep.
Right.
Again, all that's with that's
on Jeff, can I ask a question on that? Just Ryan, do you also, you have a great working relationship with the IT department and the schools too, right? So if there's, you guys have helped each other out throughout the years. I know, previously that's how it works. So there's a lot of collaboration between it all. So we have a lot of boots on the ground in the city.
And we share resources with the schools too. So they actually have access to the exact same set of resources that we do. We create a little bit of functional separability between for log on, they can't log on to our servers, and likewise, just for the sake of fewer people touching critical infrastructure. But in a true emergency, we all have a secret file that, should you need to access it, here's where it is.
So I just wanted to continue with this questioning though. I appreciate your understanding that money just doesn't appear magically and you're being a partner with the administration. The 75% person though, as I understand it, you're just waiting till a quarter of the year has passed before you're funding a full-time person for 3/4 of the year. Is that how I just want to make sure I understood.
Correct.
So what you're also saying is come next July, that would be a full-time position.
Correct.
They're not going to be away for 3 months without paying.
They're not. Yeah, they're not.
Okay.
They're not.
And so I guess I'm again, being a partner with administration, I'll be very thoughtful about this. Is there a scenario, and this is really a question to Scott and to Tony and to Jill and John, where we say, if we magically find money over the next month, we fill 3 months of that position, keeping in mind how hard it is to hire good staff now, and the need is probably not something that's going to really wait till October. Is there something we can do to say, okay, let's mark that as a place where if the need's there, the money's there, we can identify that as a place we'd come back to maybe backfill or look for a supplemental appropriation? That's really a dialogue kind of question. Thanks.
And that's something that, Ryan, you will have had the discussion with the administration, with John and Jill. And so from our point of view at this stage of the game, we duly note that need. And Jill, we'd be curious how you or John planned to help address that as best you can.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. We had a little emergency happening.
We were having a conversation.
That's okay.
Well, everything all right? You need some help?
No, I think we're okay. Well, beach reservations go live tomorrow. So Ryan and I have a couple of other things happening.
Yeah, Ryan was just telling about that. Jeff was just inquiring about trying to jumpstart the funding support for Ryan's IT support specialist position, which, as we understand it, is scheduled to start a quarter into the year rather than with a new budget.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think when we talked about it, we all agreed that it's gonna, in the current atmosphere environment, it's gonna take us that long. We gotta get the job description fully vetted. It's a new job to go through it's just gonna take us that amount of time to exercise that muscle anyway. And it just seemed fiscally more responsible.
Right. So that's all it is. And it could happen sooner.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a possibility that given the tight labor market, that it could happen later.
Yeah.
So, we picked October 1st as kind of the start date because, we're not going to be, this budget is not going to be available until July 1st, to come up with a job description, do the advertising, then do the interview process. So it could, it seemed reasonable that would take us 90 days.
So I think that's fair. I just wanted to offer my support both to Jill and John and to Ryan that if you can pull the trigger sooner and you come back to the council for some sort of appropriation, supplemental appropriation, I'd be happy. I can't project a vote and how the council will vote, but I'd like to lend my support to that.
I think Jeff's expressing his support and concern that if the right candidate comes along, that you don't want timing to be an issue in terms of accepting that and funding them and getting them on board.
Exactly.
Oh, and we can always, like John has said before, we can always be nimble if need be in that case, right? And make up for, deal with it at the end of the following year. So
Our impression is that Ryan and the existing staff in his department are proving to be very nimble at the present, and they could use another monkey out there sooner rather than later.
yes, if we had a efficiency award, it would certainly go to the IT department. They have been a true partner in the mayor's mission to make government more efficient. We appreciate it very much.
You haven't put any requests upon them for additional support or help or anything like that to challenge their ability. Beach parking not to be mentioned.
Just a few hybrid meetings, beach parking, couple this, little that. It's just online beach stickers.
Beach stickers.
Beach stickers. There was a question earlier, just for our clarification, about the line item for the Browns Mall rental. And also, I was just curious, I don't see anywhere here, I don't know how the Zoom licensing and the level of Zoom activity that we're currently enjoying in the city, where those are funded from.
Yeah, so Browns Mall, that is a new item under the purchase of services. So that is something that actually came up because the police department had been using a small space there for the community impact unit, and they were offered this space over by the Y. They took that and moved everything over there. And that left this space kind of still available. No one is there, was there, and they still had a lease that had to be something had to be done with it. So in speaking some with Chief Conley as well as Lieutenant Castro about that, and then in concert with with John and administration as well, I realized that there are many days where the IT department, where again some of my analysts' time is actually spent driving around because we're all over at Pond Road. So there are some days where I will send someone over to City Hall to, fix a printer, do some sort of fix something over there, and then they'll, do a, hey, anybody else? Are we all set here? And everyone says, we're great. And then they get in the car and they're halfway back. And then I get a call that like the harbor master's phones aren't working. So I call them up saying, you turn around and go back to the harbor master. So given the kind of number of, I guess, city buildings and locations that are right downtown there, I realized that this was a really nice space to have we have it set up. We're currently using it. We used it this week. It was really helpful as a kind of IT satellite office. It's a small space, so I usually just put one of the analysts there on a rotating basis. And that gives them the kind of, again, the agility this week, especially as, again, we basically upgraded our entire municipal enterprise financial system, and the ability to have them walk over to City Hall, a 5-minute walk back and forth. They walked over to the fire department, over to City Hall, to the police department, harbor master, and they were able to do all that in, 10 minutes rather than 4 or 5 car trips. So both in terms of the, just staff resources, as well as just being able to have a kind of a space that is kind of more centrally located with the, again, I would say the majority of a lot of the city locations, rather than being kind of out in Pond Road. That was where that came from. So that request is basically just for the rent on that space. And
is there any information just about, I know that was pre-existing with the community impact unit. I'm just curious about the term of the lease with the landlord there.
Yeah, so the term of the lease there, I think it goes through 2023. It was a 3-year lease, I think, originally. And so I think that something that obviously when that comes closer, we have the ability to, either re-up it or extend it. And I think that's obviously something that we'll have more in conversation with the administration as well as the legal department to come up with especially if that's going to be because I think it's something that we talked about with Jill. This was a space too that we paid city funding to have it wired, to have it connected to the city network, to have fiber optic cable extended there. And the community impact unit quickly grew it. They kind of, they used it for maybe just a little over a year. And so that was part of my thinking too, is that rather than say, okay, well, give it back to Browns Mall, the folks there, nice folks and all, but rather than spending thousands of dollars to do all that work and then just kind of punting on it, I figured we have a real use for it that that's useful and that benefits the city as a whole.
Thank you. And regarding the Zoom license, the
Zoom licensing
committed additional funding there?
We haven't, because that's stayed fairly consistent. That's actually in the in the software line, which is 530028, which is software as a service annual agreements, new software purchases. That's a very large
Yep.
line. But the funding that is in there, that contains the Zoom licensing, our existing Zoom licensing for a year, which has been adequate for the past 2 years. I don't foresee us needing a drastic increase in that. It's pretty, we've stayed pretty consistent, and Zoom, because we are a very large customer, came to us last year and said, "Oh, sorry, we're like increasing the price of some of our plans." And I said, "Well, we're a very large customer, and I don't think that's, I would love to see you just honor the original price that you gave us." And after a little, hemming and hawing and playing chicken with one another, they eventually said, "Okay." And I don't foresee them doing it again. I think that, they're starting to, I think, see some trailing off on it. So I think that they're interested in retaining the customers they can. So, and I think our plan is to continuing offering our Zoom, as you said, enjoying the Zoom capabilities that the city currently has. And so I don't foresee a big drop or increase in that.
Thank you.
Councilmember
Councilor Worthley.
Yes, Ryan, I raised the question about Browns Mall at a prior meeting because I turned the page 1 minute too early. And so I want to raise the question. Thank you for remembering to bring it back, Councilor Memhard. I raise it for a different reason. It's not a lot of money. I think you made all the right decisions. You've invested we've already invested in the building. You might as well use it. You need access to the city hall. Don't want to drive around the city. But I want to make a point, and I'm going to use you as an example. You're not the problem, okay? I was on the city council when City Hall was, condemned. And Councilor Memhard just raised a question of Everett Brown. He was instrumental in very quickly getting us up and running in a variety of buildings, between trailers, Veterans Ave, and then Pond Road became a temporary solution in 2003. When you go away on vacation, you get a hotel because you're only there for a week. If you're moving in out of a city, you rent because you're not sure if you want to put down roots. But the city of Gloucester is going to be here. We hope at least it's been 400 years, hope it's another 400 years. And I want to have a larger conversation about, and this is not a Ryan Knowles IT issue. So a larger conversation about, let's not be renting space. So really Browns Mall is renting a space because we didn't have room in this, or you don't want to travel from the place you're renting. How do we get you back at City Hall? If we're going to be renovating it and getting it up to speed with Kairos Auditorium, I don't want to spend $20,000, and I will this year. I get it. I just want to make sure that we don't forget this. I don't want to spend $20,000 for a place to rent for you to be close to City Hall when it'd be free for you to be in the building. That $20,000 could be spent on something, more less transient. So you can't answer that question. That's a question for the administration, for the council as a whole. If I were king and could snap my fingers and say no more renting of space, and we'll figure out something. That's not what we're going to do today. We're not going to probably accomplish that in years, but I don't want to work in the wrong direction, renting space to get you closer to City Hall when we can try to find a way to get you in City Hall, or get City Hall as a permanent location somewhere else. So anyway, larger conversation, not for today, just got to make the point. And if at some point the administration wants to engage us in that conversation, I'm all about it.
Great.
Sorry, Ryan. I just
No.
have to use
No, I understand what you're saying.
line item in the budget in front of us.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Gross, questions?
Just a general question. Ryan, ballpark, how many machines does the city have out there?
End user like computers,
Yeah,
272
well, pretty specific.
that people are using. There's a couple more that are around at various sites that aren't like assigned to a specific user. But yeah,
That doesn't include Chromebooks and
that's
portable device.
That's not the schools. Yeah, that's not
No, but
including
it
any school
includes
Chromebooks, and
includes the Chromebook that's on my desk right here.
it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is included in that number, but does not include like I would have to look. It's probably 100. I think there's 190 or so cell phones and other mobile cell devices.
So So then now that you brought up the cell phone, would
Mhm.
that be in the 534002 line?
Yep, so that is I think, so the fire department pays for their own cell phones. I don't
Right.
pay for those.
Right.
DPW pays for theirs, police pays for theirs, but the majority of the rest of them are in that line. Yep. And I've been able to reduce that. We had a couple of kind of random cell phone plans that people were keeping around because someone told them 5 years ago, don't ever get rid of that. And I said, well, you have another cell phone, so you don't need that plan anymore. So I cut like 3 kind of ancillary, as I would call them, cell phone plans for this year, which is why that amount dropped about 20%.
Yeah, so it did. Good move. Yeah, otherwise it's, you do a lot with what you have, and it's this is a major expense for today's government to function. So. Is what
Imagine
it
if we
is.
didn't have any computers or any cell phones.
What would we all do?
A different world again.
We'd have more time.
Probably.
They'd sell more newspapers. People read more public notices.
There you go, Tony. Full circle. I just go back to the early point. You run a very efficient ship. Thank you. I don't have any specific questions. It'd be inappropriate for me to ask because I could never do what you do or expect to ask you a question that you wouldn't have anticipated and already have answered. So thank you for your continued good work. And let's hope you can get that employee as soon as you can. And this support from the council.
Pretty good at hiring. I don't know. John
Great.
seems to doubt my hiring abilities.
Let's see what you can do. But I just want to say the council, at least this counselor, and I don't speak for everybody else, but would be encouraged. I want to encourage you to say, if it comes in July 1st and this budget doesn't start till October 1st, that position, I would support some sort of transfer to get that to be a full-time job sooner.
I appreciate it.
I think we'd be remiss if we just didn't ask you to speak to the question of the integrity of our system and what you're able to do to limit our exposure to malware and other threats that would get through our system. I know I go through a bi-monthly training, I think that it's set up so that my computer skills are constantly being tested, or my web savvy, which is actually very helpful. But it would be helpful to hear from you, your comfort level, and if there are things that you feel like we're exposed to, maybe you don't want to tell me about it, but that the administration needs to be mindful of just for our ongoing security and uninterrupted operations.
Yeah, so that one big piece that was a great boon to us this year was that we did in partnership with the schools, using some of the federal E-rate funding, we were able to get a brand new firewall, which is our primary appliance that protects most of everything that comes in and out of the city goes through there. And that, that is a very, very important device. It's is also very expensive. We were able to work with our partners and actually get 2 of them, which is nice because then we have what's called a hot spare. So we're able to, in the event that one of them fail over to the second one and continue to have the protection that we require. One big piece of the firewall that I also worked on last year and that I will continue for this year is it's an integrated platform that the firewall, which is the first thing that all the internet traffic hits before it comes in or out of the city, also talks to antivirus software that is on all the servers as well as all of the individual devices. So for example, last night I was woken up at 2 o'clock in the morning by a notice that someone's computer had tried to communicate with something called a command and control server, which is basically an attempt to gain access remotely into someone's computer. The reason it knew that is because it detected an incoming connection and it matched it and it said, this is where it's trying to go, because this computer had an extension in Chrome that it shouldn't have had that was outgoing. And so it stopped, it broke the connection and then notified myself and my analyst. So we were able to investigate it. So it's a very advanced system. It uses machine learning and AI to continuously learn patterns that may get that attackers, various whether they're state actors in some cases, or just malicious actors who are trying to load various types of malware or other viruses, etc. It learns those attack patterns, because that's really where I think cybersecurity is going, because the old style was kind of like, you get a virus and then learn, see what the virus is doing and then stop it on the individual machine. But now, with viruses, especially the way that the sophisticated nature of them, they tend to try to move what's called laterally. So they'll try to move from one computer to another, to another, to another, to another. And sometimes they do it in very, very sophisticated ways. And so one of the pieces of the particular antivirus platform that I've kind of chosen and gone with, it has to do with being able to detect those kind of subtle lateral movements and stop them and recognize what they are. The other piece of that is something that's called managed threat response, which is really big help, because as I noted, there are, in enterprise companies, they have a whole staff of multiple people that the only thing that they do is work on cybersecurity, and so that is a part of my job and the other people that work with me's job. We don't have all of our time to devote to just that, but we could. So one piece of that is we pay an additional fee on top of our antivirus to say, if in the middle of the night something happens and there's some sort of malicious action, investigate it and take care of it on our behalf. If you need to isolate a computer, isolate it, you have our permission to essentially do these actions. And that has been really helpful, because again, we've thankfully had no serious exposures in terms of a true cybersecurity threat, but I think of it as very inexpensive insurance because of how pricey something like a ransomware attack could be. And then on a secondary function, we also we do backups. So obviously we have some backups that are on premise that are local here in Gloucester maintained, and then we also back up to multiple locations that are not in Gloucester, that are one of which is something called air gapped, which means that it is not connected to anything, but we back up there on a periodic basis, and that's kind of that would be our last resort of restoration. If everything came crashing down, that would be the place that we could, as I call it, rehydrate our data and be able to spin it back up. So and again, all of that's included in the current budget. So
what about our personnel exposures? I mean, talking about the firewalls and the technology and the advanced identification, but I mean, we all pose risk to the city's integrity and system if we're not up to date on our training and not opening the back door somehow inadvertently by clicking on the wrong link.
I just have to interrupt for a minute because we have to leave this room by 4 o'clock. Another meeting starts in here at 4 o'clock.
We have to shut down.
So we gotta start shutting our things down. It's an enjoyable conversation, but we have to start packing up by 4. So we could dial in and watch the vote from our phones, but you'll see us switch.
We presume the vote.
I'm very comfortable.
So on the end user side of it, you are correct, Scott, that, as I usually tell people, you can have the most sophisticated security system in the world, but if someone leaves your back door open, maybe it doesn't really matter. And on that front, we have a couple of things that we do. So one is an email security gateway that's called Mimecast, that you probably get notifications from time to time. That is probably one of my favorite things and the most worthwhile thing that we pay for each year, because it stops about 98% of all the spam that we would otherwise get. If, the reports that I get relative to the amount of spam that gets sent our way is astounding. I think I got last week's report was I think we got 22,000 spam messages last week that were blocked. Not a single one came through and didn't even come through. You sometimes get that little digest that says these are held. They don't even come through to that level, so they get basically bounced before they ever touch anything from your end. Another thing that they do, people complain about it, but I think I really enjoy it, is the URL protect, which if you do click on a link in an email, sometimes you may get a little notification that says, you think this link is safe or not? And you said it's safe, and it says, good job, you chose correctly. In the event that you say that you click a link that's unsafe, it will say, oops, you shouldn't have clicked that. You should have been a little bit more cognizant of what that is. But what that does is it actually examines the link before, when you click it, it goes and it checks the link to say, does this lead to a malicious file? Is this going to try to download something on someone's computer? We have that kind of as that's another front vanguard. And then the final piece is the cybersecurity training that you're talking about. And this is something that I apply for each year via a grant with the state. Because normally that would be probably a $30,000 or $35,000 endeavor, and we get it as part of the grant. And I do a grant application and receive it each year. Last year, Gloucester was recognized as a cyber aware community because we had very high completion rate. We had, I think, over 80%, which may seem like a B- kind of level, but I don't envy any of you trying to corral all the guys at DPW who drive the backhoes and the do the things that I myself could never do, but corralling them into sitting down for a couple of hours and doing cybersecurity training over the course of the year. So the completion rate was good, and I'm looking forward to we're really on track, I think, to achieve that again. We have very good completion rates. I try to lead in a way that isn't punitive and make sure people know that if you accidentally click one of the links or all these pieces, I'm not going to come and talk to you and say, wave my finger and say, you're bad, you've done something bad, you're in trouble now. But that it's so that you learn, it's so that you're aware, and so that you recognize, and people really do. I'm talking to some of my colleagues on the other IT directors on the North Shore to, the number of them that say, we have people clicking on links all the time, and people, will post facto say, I think I clicked on a virus, or I don't know, it's been saying something about a virus on my computer for 2 weeks. And they said, you need to tell me that the minute it says something like that, what are you talking about, versus me. And I'm like, people are coming to me, they're, I'd rather, again, get a lot of emails from people saying, I'm a little concerned about this link, I don't know what it is, than have me say, it's all good, you can click on it, it's not malicious. I'd rather that than have a cybersecurity exposure event. So,
really appreciate that update and hearing that, and I hope that we can share that with our fellow counselors and all the members of boards and commissions that do city work on a voluntary basis outside of the city's employee base.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
We are very lucky to have you, Ryan.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Scott,
We were never sure James Pope could be replaced, but here we are.
Good friend. He lives right down the street from me, so.
Tell him we said hello.
I will.
Any other further counselor questions? We can surprise Jill and John and dig into your budget and withhold them. On the other hand, we could approve it and end this.
Yeah.
Is that all right with my fellow counselors?
Absolutely.
Please.
Tony says please, and Jeff says absolutely. So I would move to recommend on behalf of the Budget and Finance Committee that the City Council approve a fiscal year 2023 appropriation for management information systems as follows. Personal services, $390,275. Ordinary maintenance, $721,373. Capital outlay, $55,000 for a grand total of $1,166,648. And I so move.
Second.
Made and seconded. Further discussion or question? Roll call vote. Councillor Gross.
Yes.
Councillor Worthley.
Yes.
Councillor Memhard. Yes. Motion passes unanimously. And Ryan, please keep us all safe.
I will. Thank you.
Ryan.
I appreciate it.
And good luck with the beaches.
Yeah, I will need it. I appreciate it.
Motion to adjourn.
No, come on, Tony. We're having such fun, right? It's only 4 o'clock.
I gotta mow my own lawn now. You had somebody mowing yours.
Well, my wife does that, but
Oh,
Jason has me covering for him at
I know.
P&D this evening.
I'm sorry.
So
I didn't
can
hear
use a
that.
break.
We good for today?
We are. Did you have something better to do, Jeff?
I do, I have to work, but I have two quick things I'd like to say. One, first, thank you to everybody, Tony, Scott, Val, Kenny, Barry. I'm a newbie. I think we got through.
Oh, frozen.
Just he's getting into it.
It seems to time it when you're talking. It knows, somehow it knows.
Are you back with us, Jeff?
I'm here.
We lost you for a moment there.
Did you get my thank you to everybody for helping me learn as we go?
You were just getting revved up.
I think you got us all.
Okay, well, thank you for that. But the second thing, there's a P&D meeting. Somehow it knows, Tony, just got that. There's a P&D meeting tonight. And Monday, Tracy called me asking me if I could fill in for her. And I said, well, I'm not the alternate. I'd be happy to be there. I don't know how she knew she'd be sick on Wednesday or Monday, but that's another story. But then I heard Jason's not coming or something. So I just I'm available.
So the protocol, Jeff, on the rules of procedure is that the chair reaches out to the alternates in the order that they are listed. So Jason knew he couldn't come. He knew that Scott was first and called Scott. I don't know anything about Tracy not being there.
Sean's number 2 and Jamie's number 3.
Okay.
So Tracy isn't going to be there? Because I don't think she told Jason that, because we've been sending her messages for the last 2 days.
So she told me on Monday, and I said, you need to check with Val and Jason to see who the alternate is. And I don't, that's between them. And so I'm available. I'd be happy to be there. Should we check with Tracy, then check with Sean? And I just want to throw that out to you. I'll be available to help if necessary.
I can't help because I'm already there.
Right.
All right, I'll send Tracy a text and see if she's coming on Jason's behalf.
Okay.
Yeah, you're the vice chair, so you took over anyway.
Right.
So my only thing is, if you need me, send me a message.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
And last but not least, thank you, Sherry. Another long day.
Tony, what's the order in the protocol? I don't have my list for the second after.
It's Scott, Sean, then Jamie.
Okay, I know Jamie's on a work site today,
So you got.
and I
that,
know
Scott?
Sean is buried at work, so,
So
I would
then
doubt that I
it's your choice after that as.
okay.
acting chair.
Jeff, be on alert, and I'll try to reach Tracy. Thank you.
The restaurant situation, right? So I'd be happy to be part of that.
Okay,
The open air dining.
just a discussion today, but anyway, thank you for bringing that up.
Very welcome. Motion to adjourn?
Already made it. Nobody would second it though.
Motion's made it. Tony seconded by telepathy. Roll call vote. Motion to adjourn has been made and seconded. Tony,
Yes.
Jeff,
Yes.
Scott, yes. It's been a pleasure to spend the day with you and with Kenny and with John and Jill and especially with Sherry. Silent but supportive.
Jeff, my Chromebook used to shut down whenever I would start talking, so it knows when and same with Scott, it just knows.
Somehow it knows.
When I rub my ear, it tells me that I've raised my hand to speak.
Hey, my only problem is I don't know how to do the volume of my Chromebook, so ha.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Have a pleasant evening. Enjoy a little bit of fresh outside air.
Take care, everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Bye.
Great work, Scott.